अच्छा, इसमें मम्मी बनी नाटक करने में 1.5 लाख रुपए
धवन जी नमस्कार।
हाँ नमस्कार पांडा जी, कैसे हैं आप?
प्रणाम प्रणाम सर, प्रणाम, बढ़िया सर।
नमस्कार जी, और कैसे हैं आप?
बढ़िया दिया सर।
स्टार्ट होगी?
हाँ जी, वो जो 3 दिन वाला प्रोग्राम आपके साथ में डेवलप हम कर रहे थे फॉरेस्ट फायर वाला,
हाँ जी,
जल्दी एक एजेंसी फाइनलाइज करके सर उसको लॉन्च करना है।
अच्छा,
वो स्पेसिफिक फॉरेस्ट फायर वाला जो आपने सजेस्ट किया था 3 दिन का।
ओके
जी, उसको बहुत जल्दी कर।
कौन सी एजेंसी है? मैं
देख रहा हूँ सर, अभी 2-3 जगह मैं TIFR में बात किया हूँ, जबलपुर में, फिर आपका ये रायपुर में जो आपका फॉरेस्ट रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट है,
हाँ
उनसे बात किया है, और एक उड़ीसा में बात किया। 3 जगह।
अच्छा
जी, देखते हैं कहाँ पे।
अच्छा, गुड, बहुत अच्छी बात है।
जी सर।
Good afternoon, Dr. Mr. Panda.
हाँ नमस्कार, गुड आफ्टरनून, कैसी हैं मैडम?
एकदम ठीक ठाक। गुड आफ्टरनून धावन सर।
गुड आफ्टरनून जी।
वॉइस क्लियर है मैडम?
हाँ, वॉइस क्लियर है, एकदम क्लियर है।
जी।
आप कैसी मैडम?
एकदम ठीक ठाक। Looking forward to your deliberations today.
Thank you very much.
So I think you can pull the curtains behind you. बहुत लाइट आ रही है आपके फेस पे।
हाँ धवन जी।
जी हाँ जी।
कर्टन्स बंद। अनिल सर ज्वाइन करेंगे 2 बजे मैडम।
अच्छा
जी।
Sir, you spoke to him about the competition.
Yeah, he's ready. He has received your mail. He's ready.
Perfect.
Yeah. Tomorrow he'll be there. So he's
How is it okay,
pretty busy
ma'am?
tomorrow, but he will be there. हाँ
Is
सर,
it okay सोनिया जी?
Perfect, perfect, sir.
हाँ अभी तो पोजीशन ही चेंज कर लिया आपने, ठीक है, बढ़िया।
Ma'am, since how many years you are working in this Isabel college?
Sir, it's been 28 years for me.
Okay, okay, very fine. So, is it a private college or under government?
It's an aided college from the government, sir.
Okay. How is the situation of cold in Lucknow? In Dehradun, it is too
good.
cold.
Not very good, but I think Dehradun is better than Lucknow.
Okay.
Because here there is a lot, the population is a bit too much, and people wearing masks are also few.
Yeah, that is there.
अच्छा सोनिका मैम,
Right, sir?
ये जो लास्ट का आज का जो प्रोग्राम है, ये जो बच्चों का पोएट्री वाला
Yes, sir.
और ये कोलाज वाला,
Yeah.
तो इसमें जो मुझे शीट आपने दिया है वो 24 स्टूडेंट्स का दिया है ना?
I have given you the sheet of JAM.
Yeah, okay.
So JAM will be live, so it has to be judged then. For
Okay,
the
fine.
poems and for the e-collages, the students had sent their entries and we have been judging them. So the
Okay, fine,
shortlisted,
fine.
right? So the shortlisted ones will be shown today.
Okay.
The judges are already assigned and
Okay,
they
fine.
will be giving the final results.
So
Aap sir JAM करें.
I'm required for JAM only, na?
You and me, both of them are doing JAM.
Fine, fine.
Right, sir?
And how much
And
time you are giving to students? 2 minutes,
Sir,
3 minutes?
Sir, it's JAM. So just
JAM means?
a minute.
Acha, 1 minute. Okay, just a minute. Acha, that is the short version, JAM.
Yeah. So it's just a minute.
So new things we are learning with you.
And the moment the time is over, and if they continue, there will be negative markings for the same.
Yeah, okay. Good.
Sir, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah. It is very clear.
Because there is a comment from one student saying that my voice is not clear. So that's why I was...
on their front, because of this internet issue, it happens.
Okay.
So if they restart the system, so probably situation will improve. And in many cases, if they put off this video thing, then audio would be much clearer.
Yes,
The
ma'am,
video
your
of all
voice
the
is
students
audible.
are...
हेलो, हैं? क्या कह रही हो? पता नहीं। अरे ठीक है।
पंडा जी,
Yes, sir.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको पास?
हाँ, clear sir.
मैं ये कह रहा था कि अगर आप हमारे यहाँ यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पेट्रोलियम एनर्जी इंस्टीट्यूट है,
हाँ.
यूनिवर्सिटी है इनफैक्ट,
हाँ.
तो आप वहाँ भी अप्रोच कर सकते हैं।
ये क्या गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट है सर?
वहाँ पर एक डिजास्टर सेल खुला है अभी।
सर ये गवर्नमेंट का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है?
नहीं गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, बट it is one of the best institute in there in Uttarakhand, you can say.
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है।
और इसमें जो है डिजास्टर सेल भी अभी इन्होंने खोला है।
तो कांटेक्ट पर्सन कौन होंगे?
डॉक्टर निहाल इज लुकिंग आफ्टर, ही इज हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिजास्टर सेल।
ठीक है, ठीक है।
So I will
मैं
talk to
नोट
him.
कर लिया। हाँ, आप बात कर लीजिएगा।
We will
बाकी
discuss about
हाँ जी
formulation of the program
जी
and
जी 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 जी, ठीक है,
program and dates, etc.
ठीक है।
Then I will convey you.
फाइन फाइन सर, ओके
So tomorrow he will be coming to our institute.
ओके सर।
So then I'll discuss with him regarding all these aspects of the trainings.
सर मैम ने जो डायरेक्टर सिल्वीकल्चर मैम ने जो नोटिफिकेशन मेरे साथ शेयर किया था विद रेस्पेक्ट टू दोस दैट फाइनेंशियल थिंग्स, ये क्या टीआईएफआर में भी लागू होता होगा?
हाँ हाँ, टीएफआरआई में असल में क्या है ना कि आपने पूछा टीएफआरआई से?
नहीं नहीं, वो अभी अभी उस लेवल पे नहीं पहुंचा है। बाकी इन प्रिंसिपल वो एग्री कर गए हैं। टीएफआरआई डॉक्टर राजकुमार है वहाँ पे।
हाँ,
वो एग्री कर तो
असल
गए
में
हैं।
क्या है ना कि ये जो बजट था, प्रपोजल बजट का जो उन्होंने भेजा था रूल, वो बजट का रूल जो है वो दैट आई थिंक इज फ्रॉम द MOEF साइड, इट इज नॉट आवर साइड, एंड it is meant for organizing training program for IFS officers.
हाँ, मुझे भी ऐसा लगा क्योंकि नंबर पे केवल 15 के लिए प्रपोज किया था उन्होंने।
हाँ, दूसरे स्टेक होल्डर्स को के लिए नहीं था शायद।
जी 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 जी।
तो मैडम वो समझ नहीं पाई उस चीज को ना।
ज्वाइन करेंगे,
कर चुके हैं, वो ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, ही इज देयर, ओके ओके, राइट।
सो वी विल स्टार्ट 2 o'clock, राइट?
Right, we'll start at exact 2, right?
प्रेसिडेंट मैम और प्रिंसिपल मैम आ जाएंगे ना 2 बजे तक मैडम?
Sir, both of them are there.
अच्छा अच्छा, मेरा
They
नमस्कार।
are already there. They will open their cameras at exact 2. Actually, हम लोग क्या?
नहीं, that is okay. But लेकिन मेरा प्रणाम अभी से।
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am. Ma'am,
yes.
Until then, can we attend the classes?
We will start exact at 2 here. The session will start exact at 2, and because there is a limit of 500 students on Zoom, so if you are not able to join, we will also send you a YouTube link. Then you will join there.
Okay, ma'am.
Are you participating in the competitions?
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Then I would advise not to leave the meeting.
Ma'am, I have participated in jam session.
So because then by that time, if the meeting is full, you will not be able to enter in Zoom.
Yeah,
FIFA, let's wait.
Don't leave.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to ask one thing. May I?
Why don't you put on the chat box? I'll answer them.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
वो तो सुबह ही पता लगेगा ना फिर। हाँ 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 हाँ
Participants, please mute yourself.
नहीं इनको कह ही
Participants,
देना।
please
हाँ
mute yourself.
हाँ, और दूसरा ये भी कंफर्म कर लेना कि वो जो लिस्ट आती है यूनिवर्सिटी से वो इनके पास ही आएगी या क्या होगा। क्योंकि अगर नहीं हुई होती ना तो कोई ना कोई मैसेज आता। और दूसरा एक बार मैं कहीं गई थी ना, मुझे जब किसी कैलेंडर में कहा था उन्होंने तुम्हें जो ग्रुप में ऐड करा, मुझे करना चाहिए था, तो गए थे ना कहीं, तो वो जो ग्रुप है उसपे किसी कॉलेज ने अपने कॉलेज का नाम और कॉलेज कोड डाला था।
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me? But I can't hear you. Just a minute.
You can. I was on mute. Can you hear me now?
Yes. And
Good
video.
afternoon, Mr. Bhatia.
Hello. Good afternoon.
So
Yeah.
your voice is clear, right?
Okay. Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
जब ये म्यूट, अभी तुम म्यूट हो।
पांडा जी,
हेलो। हाँ जी,
हाँ, आर यू लिसनिंग पांडा जी?
बोलिए।
क्या कुछ देरी हो रही है क्या?
नहीं नहीं ठीक है, अनिल सर आ गए हैं।
अच्छा,
बस 2 बजने में 3 मिनट हैं अभी। आई थिंक 2 मिनट हैं। It's 1:58. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Sir is about to come. We are waiting. In another 2 minutes, we'll start the program.
No, sir is there. Already there.
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Mrs. Moses, you are ready?
Namaskar, madam. Moses, ma'am. Namaskar.
Oh, namaskar.
How are you?
Well, sir.
good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Adarsh ji, namaskar.
Good afternoon, sir.
अवधेश जी नमस्कार.
In another 1 minute, we would start.
Yeah.
कैसे हैं अवधेश जी?
करो।
A very good afternoon to all our dignitaries and participants. Thank you for such an overwhelming response to the training workshop. We have received 953 registrations till 12 noon today. It is gratifying to see so many faculty, working professionals, and students from across the country join us on this 3-day journey of knowledge and experience sharing on a very relevant topic, disaster risk reduction strategies. As per the tradition of the college, before starting any program, we invoke the presence of the Almighty and His blessings. I would like to request Mrs. Angie Moses to kindly lead us in prayer.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatia. Even now, as we quieten our hearts, I would read a passage from the Bible from Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, and the mountains quake with their surging. The Lord says, "Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. The Lord Almighty is with us." Let us bow our heads and just quieten our hearts as we look to God in prayer. Our loving, gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you and praise you for a beautiful afternoon like this, when we can all come together and do this training workshop come faculty development program on disaster risk reduction. Father, even this afternoon, as we learn, as we talk, as we think through things, we pray and ask for your wisdom. Lord, in a world that is so filled with disasters, even with COVID-19, Lord, this year has been so, we have seen so many disasters, Lord, in families, in cities and nations all over the world. And Father, we pray this evening, this workshop will make a difference, that each person who speaks and all of us who think through and learn, we pray that we will in some way help Lord, to decrease this reduction of this disaster. In some way, Lord, we will be a blessing. And so help us through this workshop that, Lord, we will really learn and put our hearts into this time. Bless us, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Mrs. Moses, for such a meaningful prayer.
Oh, Lord.
We are all aware that India is among the world's most disaster-prone country, with the mighty Himalayas on the top and such a huge coastline. We are exposed to recurrent natural hazards like cyclones, landslides, earthquakes, and floods. Climate change and environmental degradation has further compounded the frequency and intensity of these disasters. While it is not possible to avoid natural disasters, adequate preparedness and disaster risk reduction measures can prevent these hazards from becoming major disasters. Similarly, man-made disasters like hazardous chemical spills, nuclear blasts, train and plane accidents occur with little or no warning. Government of India is actively pursuing a paradigm shift in disaster management from response-centric to preparedness-centric approach. The Prime Minister's 10-point agenda on disaster risk reduction clearly reflects the same. We are extremely thankful to National Institute of Disaster Management for collaborating with us and rolling out this important training specifically designed for students and faculty from across the colleges. I would now like to invite our principal, Dr. Vinita Prakash, to welcome our dignitaries and participants.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah,
Dr.
please.
Thank you. On behalf of Isabella Thoburn College, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the participants of this 3-day training workshop and faculty development program, jointly organized by Isabella Thoburn College and the National Institute of Disaster Management. I'm also grateful to Major General Manoj Bindal, the Executive Director of NIDM, and Dr. Mrs. E.S. Charles, the President of Isabella Thoburn College, for having facilitated this program. I welcome on board Professor Anil Gupta, Head of the Department of the ECDRM Division, NIDM, Mr. Ashish Panda, Consultant and Faculty, and Ms. Shilki, the young professional from NIDM, who along with Dr. Bhatia have worked behind the scenes very, very hard to make this program happen. I also welcome in our midst our esteemed panelists who will be addressing various issues related to disaster management over the next 3 days. I would like to welcome Mr. Arvind Bhatia, Head Emergency Management Training Group, ONGC Dehradun, Mr. V.K. Dhawan, retired scientist, Forest Research Institute, Dehradun, Mr. Avdesh Kumar from Curtis University, Bareilly, and Dr. Sonika Bhatia from Isabella Thoburn College, Lucknow. We look forward to hearing our esteemed panelists on the various issues of disaster management. We also welcome all participants who have joined us today via the Zoom and YouTube, on which is streaming this entire program live, and all of you, the faculty and the students, are very significant stakeholders who are affected and involved in all these activities, and we would like to build capacity through you. It has been pointed, this program is providing a knowledge sharing platform to all the stakeholders about the best practices developed to move towards a safer, disaster resilient future. It has been pointed out that India is among the world's most disaster prone countries, exposed to both natural and man-created disasters. The present global pandemic, COVID-19, had made us aware of the great need of preparedness to mitigate all kinds of disasters. And we at Isabella are NIDM to meet the challenges and the need of the hour to train and build capacity. We also look forward to further collaborations with NIDM. So once again, I would like to welcome on board all the participants, the faculty, the panelists, and people from different institutions across the country who have joined us today. And I know for sure that this is going to be a wonderful learning experience for each one of us. Welcome and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash, for your constant support and guidance in shaping up this program. It is an honor for me to introduce and welcome the President of Isabella Thoburn College Society, Dr. E.S. Charles. Having completed her doctoral studies in medicinal chemistry from Central Drug Research Institute and postdoctoral research on steroidal compounds from Ruhr University, Germany, she taught organic chemistry at Isabella Thoburn College for 18 years and then served as the principal for more than 2 decades. And have been on the presidential chair since 1997. Dr. Charles is a member of executive committee and on board of governors of various international and academic organizations and institutions of higher education. To name a few: United Board of Christian Higher Education, International Partnership Service Program, International Association of Methodist Schools, Colleges and University. Nationally, she's on the board of Agricultural University, Allahabad, Lucknow Christian College, and member Ethics Committee, SGPGI. She has been a recipient of many projects and grants from UGC, All India Christian Higher Education, and Ministry of Science and Technology. I now invite Dr. Charles for the inaugural address. Dr. Charles, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatia, for giving me this opportunity. And it has rightly been said, knowledge is empowerment. So thank you for opening this window for acquiring knowledge. I thank each and every organizer and the resource persons because they will give their best to us so that ordinary mortals like me can learn from them. Today, I represent a women's institution here, and I'm thinking like a woman who is present in the middle of a disaster. Are things the same for men and women? Do we behave same? Do we have the same rights? Do we take the same decisions? And how many decisions do we really take? A sudden calamity definitely disrupts functioning of communities and groups and incurs huge losses to human lives, societies, communities, etc. And of course, economics. And when it does that, every sphere of life is affected. And a certain degree of aloneness also arises because everybody cannot share everything. I would like you to give me half a minute and shut your eyes and hear what I say and imagine it. If you can have the patience to do it, I'm sure it will leave an impact on you as it left on me. When I was a young woman, I walked into the middle of a movie, the name of which I still do not know. But I have never forgotten what I saw. A woman standing on the shores of a raging river. The whole village flooded. I couldn't see another soul on the screen. Then comes a man with a bamboo in his hand. And he tells her, let's go ashore to the other side. That is where safety lies. And she says, no, I can't do it. She's pregnant and full-time. No, I can't do it. Then he says, but everybody else has gone. She says, but I can't do it. He says, no, you have to do it. And she says, how do I do it? He says, woman, औरत, तुझे उस पार जाना है. तुझे अपने बच्चे को जन्म देना है. तुझे उसको बड़ा करना है. और ये तू ही कर सकती है, क्योंकि तू ही जाएगी उस पार. And he holds her hand and he supports her. And the journey is arduous. It's awful to watch them crossing the river. And they cross it. And all through the journey, he says, तुझे अपने बेटे के लिए ख्वाब देखने हैं, तुझे जाना है उस पार. He keeps telling her. And he takes her across. And he takes her to the maternity center where she gives birth to a son. The nurse comes and asks him, what is the name of the father? And he says, I don't know. Then he asks him, what is the name of the mother? He says, I don't know. And that is where the story ends. Here was this woman left by her family, her husband, her community, in the middle of a flood. And there comes this man who takes her across to give birth to her son. She doesn't know him, neither does he know her. The family deserted in time of a disaster, but help came. So that is a plight of a woman. It is not strange, it is not new. When things go wrong and disasters happen and priorities have to be decided, women are the biggest losers. There's another little story. In 1857, after the uprising, there was a big famine, there was sickness, there was cholera, and the mission house of the church heard that there were some girls left in the village. They sent the the tanga, to bring the 5 girls. When they came, they found there were only 4 sitting. Where is the 5th one? She had rolled in the tonga into the base where the grass is kept and died. The 4 were remaining. And that is where the birth of the beginnings of the school that grew to become Isabella Thoburn College took place. It was a rescue, risk management and disaster management operation that gave birth to this institution that we are all sitting in. With this story, there is these 2 stories. There's a shadow of hope. There is pain in the heart, and there is a gleam for the future. That nothing can ever be lost if human beings really wish to overcome it. And that begins with first awareness, which you people are bringing to us. We have to be sensitized. Only after awareness, the sensitization comes. When we get sensitized and it reaches our heart, we are conscientized. And when we are conscientized, we put into action the mind and the heart. A combination of the 2 makes a difference. Things and change, and we become transformational agents. A sudden calamity always disrupts groups, communities, countries, like we have seen, as Dr. Bhatia said, with COVID-19. And disaster comes in packages. I'm not an expert, so I'll just touch upon it. Natural disasters, technological disasters, and of course, there are always man-made disasters. Technology in its place often leaves loopholes behind, and nature we try to use, but we very rarely try to really understand. Times have moved on, and we are trying to do, as she already said, to look at more of risk reduction rather than only trying. There has been a managed disaster. So there has been a paradigm with all the natural disasters. Even in the midst of COVID, we had floods. Every year. Why do we have them every year? Is a question we need to ask ourselves. And what do we really do? We sit and wait. In this tsunami, 70% of the deaths that took place whereof women. 70% took place on the coast of the women. So we have some commonalities in all the disasters: loss of life, loss of property, loss of income, sickness and loss of health, human migration, displacement, and this gives individuals and loss of wealth or economic. Disturbing societies and the balance of groups of people respond to different disasters differently. And women have significant issues. Disaster risk reduction involves reducing disaster risks through efforts to analyze and reduce the causes. Gender responsive disaster risk reduction takes into account and analyzes needs, opportunities, roles and relationships of women and men, both boys and girls, defined by gender norms in given cultures and societies. They are different. We all live by different norms. It gives place to women's rights and the inequalities. Disaster affects women, boys and girls differently, increasing the vulnerability because they limit their access to information and make their recovery very difficult. So women have it difficult all the way. The international community has recognized and committed to a strong focus on gender equality and women's rights in disaster risk reduction. The requirements are gender responsive governance and policy, gender responsive monitoring programs and evaluation, integration of gender into vulnerability and risk account assessment. Of course, the data also needs to be collected differently, enabling leadership of women in resilience building, promoting participation and leadership. Since men and women differ in their vulnerability, women are affected more significantly. As has already been pointed out, that 70% of the deaths were women in Tamil Nadu. Why does this happen? Women are not allowed to participate significantly as decision makers and as planners. They are left to execute the decisions taken so often by people unaware of how to handle disasters of that specificity, of that specific region, and of that specific community. Building community disaster risk management capacity, equally information sharing, and self-help groups have to be taught. Creating models of community participation, ownership, etc., etc. As already said, paradigm shift is already taking place. Recovery to disaster preparedness and framework resource building framework for resources, knowledge sharing systems combined with communication systems and infrastructure. The approach has, as will be pointed out probably later, will be policy, institution, and technology engines, indigenous coping mechanisms, and community-based disaster management. focusing more on each different community. As I close, one small statement. I was telling somebody that we are having, very excitedly, that we are having this information sharing in the college. And what do you think about it? So she said, women always do risk management. I said, how do they do that? Ask any woman. Out of the money she gets to run her household, she puts aside a certain amount of money in a box, maybe in a bartan, for that day when it becomes risky to have money to deal with it. I wish you luck, women. Go ahead, keep doing risk management like all the old women have done and left behind. I'm sure every woman knows that. I wish you all the best in your learning and in your sharing. I also look forward to learning. Thank you very much, Dr. Bhatia.
Thank you, Dr. Charles, for such a meaningful address, supported with such heart-rending stories. And you have beautifully set the stage for the deliberations to follow. It is my privilege to welcome and introduce Professor Anil Gupta, Head of Department Environment and Climate Disaster Risk Reduction Division, National Institute of Disaster Management, New Delhi. Professor Gupta is a disaster mitigation and crisis management professional with wide interdisciplinary institutional development experience. He has more than 100 publications and has coordinated several national and international projects. Professor Gupta has served in various administrative and technical capacities at National Mineral Development Corporation, Disaster Management Institute, Bhopal, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, and at SECON Engineers Private Limited. He is the coordinator of Technical Advisory Committee of NIDM. He is a member. Participants, can you please switch off your mics? He is the coordinator of Technical Advisory Committee of NIDM. He is a member of the Governing Council and is part of academic and research advisory of several academic and research organizations, and has been a part of many overseas ministerial delegations. I now invite Professor Gupta to deliver the special address of today. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Dr. and Mrs. Bhatia. My compliments to the entire organizing team for designing such a important program and taking this initiative. I'm really very happy to see this endeavor, because COVID-19, which in fact started as a kind of a very, very small environmental emergency, then took the shape of a health emergency in a small town of China. Then it crossed the border, and it has become a very different kind of global emergency. As if we recall the scientific forecasts and all kind of forecasts, scientific and all other kind of forecasts also about COVID-19. Some people were saying that it will be over by the month of May. Some were saying by the month of July, August, and then we are about to complete the annual cycle, and this disaster is still continuing. So COVID-19 pandemic disaster has also given a new dimension to our understanding of disasters, that disasters every time bring some new lessons, and COVID has brought not only one or two lessons but a series of lessons, and many of those are still to learn, because now we have the so-called third wave of spread of COVID, and many theories of the past are now being considered as obsolete. So why I started with talking about COVID, because over the years what we have realized that disasters are not natural. So globally now we do not use the word natural disaster, because no disaster is natural. Any disaster has always some kind of a human angle involved into that. Natural are only the hazards. For example, heavy rainfall may be natural. An earthquake, the shaking of earth, may be natural, a geological phenomenon. So these kind of things are heavy wind can be natural, but it becomes disaster only by affecting vulnerable people, vulnerable land uses, vulnerable property, or vulnerable infrastructure. And these infrastructure, these property, these resources are to be managed by the human being, because human is the most wise species on this earth. And therefore, it is also the responsibility that we understand that how our own activities are responsible for increasing vulnerability, and therefore how we can make improvements so that the vulnerabilities can be reduced. And here I would like to quote a famous book. The title of that book is there. Anyone can Google it. The vulnerabilities does not fall from sky. Hazard can fall from sky. Heavy rainfall can be the act of nature. I deliberately do not use the word act of God, because God always gives kindness, support. It never gives disasters. It is our own deeds, or rather misdeeds, that create the situations, or that create the circumstances that these kind of natural processes or natural phenomena becomes disaster. This event is co-organized by Isabella College, based in Lucknow. Lucknow, a beautiful city, a historical city, a city where the smile on face is mandatory the moment you reach there. मुस्कुराइए कि आप लखनऊ में हैं. And Mr. Panda will recall that the starting of Corona, the first week of March, we were there for 1 week in Lucknow, and see, hope that this program again being organized by Lucknow may lead to the ending of this coronavirus pandemic. So let us pray for that also. Anyway, what else is important that I would like to bring into reference, that environment and disaster linkages are very important. Environment is like nature, and nature in other terms, sometimes we consider that nature is the form of God, basically. So what in the form of our deeds, misdeeds, what we give to nature, that comes back. And this is also equally important, because the principal madam was talking about the combination and the balance between heart and mind. So that is very important, because these are not the physical entities when we talk of soul, when we talk of heart, when we talk of mind. Not necessarily that we can identify as the biological entities in our body, but these exist. All of us, we agree to that. Beside this, it is also important that when I was referring to environment, that and the right to relief also, and there comes the principles of compassion, kindness, support to people, care of the people, care of the vulnerable people. And when say vulnerable people, it may be the women population, it may be the children, it may be the ailing people, it may be the elderly people in our society, it may be the disabled people, because those are, I would not say that those are more affected or less affected, but I say they are differently affected. So as I recall that the Mr. Butros Ghali, then the Secretary General of UN, said that men and women both are affected by disasters. Then some people opposed him that how did he say? Then he told that you did not read my sentence fully. I say that they are affected, both are affected, but both are affected differently. And this is very, very important because their exposure is different. Their roles in society may be different. And here I would add that if we look in India, then even the role of men and women also varies from place to place. You can have a different role you can find in the state of Kerala and some communities in Kerala, and then look at the West Bengal, look at the Northeast. So that is also important, you know. And the right to life, that is the principle given by the Article 21 of our Constitution of India. So that beautifully says that right to life does not mean only that the kind of a biological living, but right to life with dignity, and that is very important. And this dignity comes when we are taking care of vulnerability reduction, when we are taking care of safety culture. And but on the other hand, again, I would like to quote to the Constitution of India. The Constitution of India gives so many rights to citizens, but it also prescribes so many fundamental duties. So there is also a balance, as the principal madam was telling about the balance between mind and heart. So this is also true, that there has to be a balance between our duties and rights, because our rights cannot be bestowed without our sincerity about our duties, because our duties, failure in performing our duties can lead to encroaching the rights of other people. So that is very important. I recall that it was only Lucknow. I was talking to some professor of human rights. Then I think it was 2001 or 2, so almost 18 years back, and we were discussing that how the one person's human rights also relates to other person's human rights. Sometimes and a very simple example has been given by somebody, I don't recall that person, that if my motor car or motor bike is releasing more pollution, then my right to ride a motorcycle, my basic right as a human being to ride a motorcycle or to carry a motorcycle or to have a motorcycle, can lead to the violation of the human rights of the person who is walking on the road and his right of pure air. So that kind of things are also important when we talk of disasters. Then I would also lead to this, since this program is organized by a leading educational institution, that what are the current gaps in India. Before I close my my address here, that this program, which is a faculty development program, is very, very important initiative, because a number of faculty members and research scholars have also joined here, and many of the postgraduate students have also joined, more than 320 or so. This is very important, that we need to integrate the issues and understanding of disaster risk management into our future professionals, and I would say future faculty members also, because the Government of India at various forums and also under the Prime Minister's Agenda 10 on disaster risk management, that Agenda 10 calls for the integration of disaster management curriculum into various disciplines. And we had identified 3 interdisciplinary programs and 4 professional programs to begin with. This is not limited to other, there's no restriction for other disciplines, but these 7 were to begin with. So environment studies, social work and development studies, master degree, these are interdisciplinary programs. And then health sciences, that includes medical and nursing also. Then engineering sciences, management sciences, and legal studies, law. These are the professional disciplines. There, in fact, we have been working with many institutions, IITs also, AICT and UGC also, Some of you may be knowing that the current chairman of UGC he's also from the disaster management discipline. He has been with NCRT and he has been teaching disaster management. So this is the right time that we give impetus to the subject. Beside this, since we are discussing disaster management and we are trying to promote the culture of safety and prevention. So when I say culture of safety and prevention, some people say that safety first. Yeah. So our safety should be a priority. I give a slogan that think safety. That should be even it should come earlier than this. So we have to think. For example, if we are going to dwell a house, before going to finalize our dwelling to that house or living that house, do we ever think that what are the vulnerabilities and what are the hazards associated with that living? What is the vulnerability of our own family? How many ailing person we have? How many elderly we have? How many lactating women we have? How many are in our neighborhood? I am just to share with you that after the Sikkim earthquake, the government of Sikkim promoted an idea of family disaster management plan. That just talk to your neighborhood, identify your hazards, identify your vulnerability. The plan need not to be a 20-page document or 100-page document. You understand your vulnerabilities and how you address your vulnerabilities. I think that is the simplest plan. What to do? So what if analysis? Na? What happens if you fall? What happens if you fall sick? What happens if something happens in night? What happens when your the grandpa and grandmother are there at home and no one other person is there at home? So what information has to be there with your children? So these kind of information. Who is having the medical qualification in your neighborhood? Who can work for help you in emergencies? These kind of simple informations can lead to preparation of fundamental disaster management plans. And here I would urge all the faculty members to take this initiative in their colleges and institutions also, in their laboratories also. Constitute a disaster management teams of students, and you have science club or eco club. So merge these committees with the eco club and science club, and then those students can really do miracles. They can think of preparing a disaster management plan. They can go to villages. They can try to work with villagers and do the community service, because many of the institutions are doing excellent community service. I was the governing board member for 5 years with the Roshni Nilia, the School of Social Work in Mangalore University. That is also a Christian minority institute. And I witnessed their work, that how they integrated disaster management and disaster risk reduction into their community work. And so these colleges can also take these kind of initiatives. And the last thing that I would say, that the charity begins at home. So how do we care about our family members? How do we care about friends? How do we care about our neighbors? And then in our institution, in our society, in our office. So it grows like this. So this knowledge of safety and disaster management has to be spread so that it multiplies. And how effectively we transfer this knowledge, that is very important. And that will be very helpful in cultivating the culture of safety and prevention. So with this brief note at this occasion, I extend my best wishes again to all of you, and wish that this program is going to be an excellent endeavor. And I will certainly look at the report. I will be speaking on the last day also. Then I will be talking in more details. Thank you, and best wishes to all the faculty members, all the experts, all team, and all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, for sharing your thoughts and experiences. You so very rightly pointed out that every disaster has a learning, and every disaster, even if it is a natural disaster, has a man's hand in it. So nothing is natural disaster now. And then you also spoke about that we need to identify, we need to recognize the risks which we have around us, assess the risks, and then plan for it and have a disaster management plan. And charity begins at home. So if we start doing it, then the students can do wonders. In fact, I've been thinking about it, that if we could start a service learning program on disaster risk reduction, and with your guidance, we will surely be able to do it. I would now like to welcome and introduce Shri Ashish Panda, the coordinator of this training from NIDM side. Mr. Ashish Panda is a faculty in the Environment and Climate Disaster Risk Management Division of National Institute of Disaster Management, New Delhi. He is a Central Secretariat Service Officer with an MBA in Disaster Management and is currently pursuing a PhD in Climate Change. Mr. Panda has been looking after forestry, biodiversity, and animal inclusive disaster risk reduction, and has more than 6 years of working experience in the Disaster Management Division of Ministry of Home Affairs. I now invite Shri Ashish Panda for introducing the context of this 3-day workshop.
Yeah, thank you, Bhatia ma'am. I'm audible?
Right, sir, you are.
Yeah. So very warm and wonderful good afternoon to each and everybody present here. I would like to thank Dr. E.S. Charles ma'am, President IT College, and Dr. Vinita Prakash, Principal IT College, and Dr. Sunika Bhatia from IT College, our program coordinator for today's program, and for this wonderful collaboration of National Institute of Disaster Management and IT College Lucknow. In the times of this pandemic, and it again taking surge at many places, not only in our country but globally, this continuum of education and training is the basic motive of this present 3-day FDP Faculty Development Program and training workshop. This is being jointly organized by National Institute of Disaster Management and Isabella Thuban College of Lucknow. In this program, we hope to bring sensitization towards disaster risk reduction measures, faculty development through information dissemination, knowledge sharing, and poster paper presentations. Various emerging topics and facets of disaster risk management are going to be discussed in this 3-day program. For the first time in such programs, I would like to say that we are going to witness poetry competition, collage competition, just for 1 minute type of competition amongst college students. Then there will be poster presentation by faculties and academics on DRR, etc. And wonderful ideas came about in the inaugural session. And Dr. Vinita rightly mentioned that the students community is the very important stakeholder in the paradigm shift of disaster risk management from the response-centric approach to the holistic-centric approach. And there lies the importance of this program. Dr. Charles said the knowledge is empowerment and importance of women in disaster risk reduction measures and concerns related to them and their own risk assessment and their management thereby, she highlighted in her talk. If we educate a woman, as we know that, we actually educate a family. So she gave the message of hope coming out of every disaster. And accordingly, we need to prioritize their specific needs in the times of crisis and facilitate the women folk of our society more generously. And Professor Anil spoke on the devastating impact of pandemic in the present times, and it has given new dimensions of our understanding of disasters. And the thin boundary of natural and man-made disasters is gradually vanishing. And we need to put our act together to reduce increasing vulnerability and impact of disasters. Nature and environment conservation with human and economic development is the need of the hour. He rightly said that we need to integrate disaster risk management curriculum in educational curriculums so that we prepare right set of disaster management professionals in times to come. I'd like to mention that our Honorable Prime Minister talks very often about his famous 10-point agenda on disaster risk reduction, where he emphasizes upon imbibing disaster risk management measures in all developmental schemes, learning lessons from past disasters, then bringing forward women partnerships and leaderships, and leveraging science and technology for the disaster risk reduction mechanisms. With ever increasing population, decreasing scarce natural resources, increasing trend of natural and man-made disasters, unpredictable climate change, and current times of biological disasters, this pandemic, it is all the more necessary to impart a disaster management training and enhance capacity building amongst all stakeholders in the times of multi-hazard scenario. So new pathways of growth and development have to be researched through S&T innovations, particularly management and knowledge sharing. Collaborative efforts like this and synergy is very much essential for effective DRR in times to come. So today is the first day of the 3-day program, and we will have talks on COVID-19 sensitization, basics of disaster management, and institutional mechanism that is prevailing in our country. We are going to talk about major hazards and disaster management in oil and gas operations in forest fire and DRR. And then it is going to be followed by poetry, collage competition, just for 1-minute competitions and things like that. So without much further delay, I invite Ms. Shilki, young professional, my colleague in NIDM, to begin with the technical session of day first of this 3-day program. Over to you, Ms. Shilki. Ms. Shilki.
Yes, sir. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone present here. I welcome you all on this 3-day FDP cum training workshop. To begin with our technical session, I request Mr. Ashish Panda, sir, for his presentation on COVID-19 sensitization, and then followed by basics of disaster management and institutional framework. Sir,
I need permission to upload my presentation,
okay,
please.
Okay.
Sonika, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Dr. Lawrence?
Yes, we have already given the permission.
Permission granted, sir.
Thank you. Can you see my presentation in the full form, visibly?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet, sir.
I've done. Not yet?
No, sir.
Started screen sharing.
Now?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay.
You may proceed, sir.
Thank you. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to begin the technical session of the first day of our this 3-day program. So my presentation will be in 2 parts. So National Institute of Disaster Management being the apex body with respect to imparting training programs with respect to disaster management, disaster risk management, it is our duty to sensitize people about coronavirus 19, and that will be the first part of my talk. And then I will come for the second presentation, that is on basics of disaster management and also the institutional mechanism that is prevailing in our country. Yeah, if you see the global pandemic status, this is yesterday's figures, and these are yesterday's figures. And globally, we are having more than 5.86 crore cases, and deaths have been to the tune of 13.88 lakhs. Recovery has been to the tune of 4.06 crore, and this ratio between the recoveries and the deaths worldwide, it is 97 to 3%. If we talk about India, then we are having more than 90.95 lakhs cases till date, and to the tune of 85 lakhs of recoveries, and we have witnessed 1.33 lakhs of deaths till date. If we talk about cases per 1 million, then it is more than 6,500, and 13.17 crore tests we have done, and it is being done at the rate of 95,000 plus per 1 million. If we talk about recovery rate in our country, it is very good if we compare with the global scenarios. It is 94 plus percent. Death rate is very less. This is 1.56% till yesterday's figures. Then specific 4 states are the UTs that are heading as far as cases are concerned. Then this is Maharashtra with 17.74 lakhs of cases with 47,000 plus deaths till yesterday. Then Karnataka, then Tamil Nadu, then Delhi. Delhi and NCR and especially the western of Uttar Pradesh of late is observing the surge of this 3rd wave of this pandemic, and we have to be very careful about that. One area of worry is to reach the first 1 lakh of cases, we required 109 days, that is more than 100 days. But thereafter reaching every 1 lakh or the doubling that figure, we started taking that reduced number of days. That is one area of worry. You can see by yesterday's figure, we have reached nearly 91 lakhs, and that prior figure of 18th of September, where we stood at 52.14 lakhs. So to add upon 40 additional locks, we took only 64 days. So this is one worrying figure. So per day, we are having more than 50,000 cases, though one area of the positivity is that recovery and death rates are also, recovery is increasing and death rate is reducing in India. So that is one area of happiness. So I wanted to talk about the importance of lockdown. As per ICMR studies, for any infectious disease, we take, for this coronavirus, this figure we take between 1.5 to 4. It talks about how we measure how contagious this disease can be, as far as to understand more elaborately for this pandemic, this corona-19. If we take it as 2.5, then a COVID-19 patient can potentially infect 406 people in 30 days if the preventive measures like quarantine, then social distancing, then lockdown, then washing your hands and things like that are not properly implemented. But if we implement such preventive measures, the spread is going to be reduced to only 2.5 persons per patient. So that there lies the importance of the lockdown. So whether it is the lockdown in a city or in a kasbah, we have to follow all the government guidelines that is being prescribed in today's times. And if we talk about the environmental gains during the times of lockdown, you saw Delhi in the year 2014, the WHO said that it was the #1 city as far as particulate matter 2.5 pollution is concerned. But we have seen clear sky in Delhi in the times of these lockdowns. If we talk about the Har Ki Pauri, that in the Dehradun, in the Haridwar area, the water was not drinkable for many years put together. But during this lockdown, this water was very potable after some mixing of chlorinization. And from the areas of Saharanpur, then areas of Jalandhar, this Himalayas were clearly visible. If you can see these right two photographs, even this flamingo kind of birds, which come to this Navi Mumbai areas and the sea area, they have come 25% more population have been observed during the times of lockdown. And this dolphin, that is a very rare species, after 30 to 35 years, it has been seen in this Calcutta Sea. So these are some environmental gains, and it also shows that rather poses some questions with respect to our understanding of the development and the growth, and why we should take care of, like Professor Anil rightly said, that we have to nurture our, conserve our nature, nurture our Mother Earth, so that we have to define our growth and development in a new fashion. If we talk about the prevention and treatment from COVID-19, to be very frank, right now, as of now, there is no vaccine we can count upon. And then basically the preventive action is the only vaccine that you can count upon. We have to wear masks, avoid close contacts with infected people, avoid touching eyes, nose and mouth. We have to stay home when infected. We have to cover while coughing and sneezing, and we have to throw used tissues into closed bins, and also disinfect frequently touched objects and surfaces. So as I said, that there is no specific treatment for this. So what we have to do, infected people should receive supportive care based on symptoms, and the government is also allowing home quarantine, things like that. And for severe cases, treatment is going to be given to the patients, supporting their vital organ functions. If God forbid any of you get symptoms of COVID-19, then you can call the state helpline numbers of your respective states, or you can call directly to this Ministry of Health, Central Government Ministry, this telephone number, this email ID you can contact upon. And like I said, that governments, central government and state governments, they are allowing home quarantine. This has got many benefits. It brings, it saves on our huge hospital bills, and less load on hospitals, because more serious types of cases can be sent to the hospitals, and less serious cases can be treated inside their houses only. The same kinds of care can be given at home, and because we are with our families, so our emotional health quotient is always high. So there is more probability of getting cured in the times of COVID. As far as vaccine is concerned, I was telling that right now there is no vaccine as such. Sri Vinod Paul, who is chairman of the National Expert Group on Vaccine Administration for COVID-19 in the NITI Aayog, has recently said day before yesterday that India may grant emergency use authorization of Oxford's coronavirus vaccine to this Adar Poonawala's Serum Institute that is based in Pune. If this vaccine, it is named AstraZeneca, it gets approval from the UK government. Another, this Pfizer vaccine that we are talking about, it is coming too much in the news, this thing. it has to be kept in minus 70 degrees Celsius temperature. That is probably not possible as far as India is concerned. Dr. Vinod Pal also said that if the clinical trials of the coronavirus vaccine in India go as per the script, so probably by January, February, and we will be having our own version of the vaccine that is being talked about in the town right now. So basically what we have to do, we have to enhance our immunity through our diets, low carb diet, protein rich diets we have to take so that we can control our high blood sugar and these blood pressures, and so that we are in good shape. We have to regularly consume vegetables and fruits which are rich in beta carotene and ascorbic acid and other essential vitamins. Certain foods which enhance our immunity, like this mushrooms, tomato, and bell pepper kinds of things, which increase our body resilience. So we can count upon that. The natural immunity supplementals, which is easily available in our kitchen, like ginger, raspberries, turmeric, garlic, that we can consume. Probiotics like yogurt, Yakult, fermented food, they are prescribed. We can take that. It enhances the quantity and quality of gut bacteria that is in our intestine to digest our food. Then after consulting the doctors, we can take vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc. Vitamin C helps prevent the common cold. It is powerful antioxidant properties and protects against damage induced by oxidative stress. Vitamin D, mild protective effect against respiratory tract infections. And zinc also we can take, which is vital component for the white blood corpuscles. So we have to have enough rest and sleep and stay hydrated, take on water whenever our body requires that. At least 6 to 8 glasses of warm water is prescribed during this time of pandemic. And this exercise based upon our own capacity and stamina, we can start from 5 to 10 minutes exercise regularly, and we can enhance it to 30 to 45 minutes of exercise on daily basis. It has to be on regular basis. These are Ministry of Ayush prescribed medicinal guidelines, but if you want to take it, you have to consult the doctor. This has been prescribed by the Ministry of Ayush. We can take on daily basis Ayush Kwath, then Samshwani, Vati, then Gilaya powder, Ashwagandha, maybe in the form of the tablets or in the form of the powder. If it is the raw amla fruit is available, it is better. Otherwise, amla powder can be taken. Millet powder, warm milk, then Chyawanprash, and gargling with turmeric and salt has been prescribed by Ministry of Ayush. So basically, everybody, whether it is a pandemic case or non-pandemic case, because we are living in a family, we are social animals, we are into kind of a stressful situations because of our probably domestic violence issues, probably losing our jobs because of economical situations and because of health emergencies. So we have to practice meditation. Too much of the stress releases the hormone cortisol. It impairs the response to immediate surroundings and makes body susceptible to infections. So meditation calms the nerves. So this is not a rocket science. You can learn these practices through YouTube channels, or books are even available. You can practice these kinds of things to avoid stress. And also we have to avoid smoking, alcohol, or other addictive substances, because there is a direct correlation between weakened body defenses and respiratory illnesses. It weakens our lungs capacity and destroys the inner lining of the cells of respiratory tracts, which is crucial to fight viruses that enter through our nasal orifices. And these kinds of persons who are taking these substances, they tend to suffer from acute respiratory distress syndrome as well. So we have to practice moderation if you are into it, to avoid certain withdrawal symptoms kind of thing. And we have to avoid any kinds of non-essential travels and any public transport system to the best extent possible, and avoid public places which is crowded. And if at all we have to travel, we have to wear masks, carry hand sanitizers, and follow government guidelines in this regard. We have to keep it in mind that COVID-19 strain can stay on surfaces for a few hours to a few days even. And one important information I wanted to share is, suppose I am a right-handed person, then I should use my non-dominant hand, that is the left hand, for opening a doorknob, for opening the handle of a car. And after using those areas, we have to sanitize those areas. As far as this alcohol-based hand sanitizer is concerned, we have to be very careful with respect to using it. We have to make sure that we use and store it carefully. Specifically, we need to keep it away from the children's reach. If they are using it, they should use it in front of us. And even a small coin-sized amount of this sanitizer is enough. There is no need to put too much of this. Then avoid touching your eyes after using sanitizers because you might feel irritation kind of feelings. Then don't drink or swallow. It can be poisonous. It is also flammable. So don't use before handling fire or cooking. And washing your hands with soap and water is equally effective. So there is no need to use or dependent upon alcohol-based sanitizers too often. So this is last slide of my this first presentation of what we have to do. We have to flatten the curve. We have to break the chain by following government guidelines and following social distancing. And to the best extent possible, we should learn to work from home and then learn new things, new concepts, new skills through online. We have to be cautious. That is important. But we need not be panic with respect to pandemic. That is going to reduce the capacity of our immune system. And we have to donate and help the needy people in this regard, help stray animals which were so much dependent upon you in the times, non-COVID times. So just imagine when you have quarantined yourself inside your home, what is going to be the fate of these stray animals. We have to take care of stray animals as well. And in this crisis time, we have to help stop spread of rumors. Rumor mongering is very bad in any kinds of disaster. Forget about the only pandemic. Then we have to fight the disease, not the patient and corona warriors. There were incidents when we have attacked the patients, we have attacked the doctors and police people. That is very, very bad, and we have to change our behavior in this regard. We have to learn to live with this pandemic because this is going to stay for a longer time than it is expected. Last but not the least, we have to pray for others too. This is one beautiful Sanskrit quote like Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina Sarve Santu Niramayaha Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kashchit Dukh Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. With this message, this is the end of my first part of this presentation. Now I will upload the second part, that is on basics of disaster management and institutional mechanism. Is it visible, please?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Full screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So the second part of my talk is about basic concepts of disaster management and institutional mechanism. I will start with two beautiful quotations in this regard. This is about the synergy and this mutual cooperation among various stakeholders in times of multi-hazard. A natural disaster sends a message to all of us that mutual cooperation is the need of the hour. These moments of disaster can change into glimpses, then things can perish from our hands, like वो हाथ से वो रेत निकल जाता है उस type का. Only the tragic memories is going to haunt our sleeps. So let us cooperate with each other in the business that is called life. This was also the message in our inaugural session by our esteemed speakers today. Second beautiful quotation, it says that we do not inherit the land from our ancestors, we rather borrow it from our children. The moment we understand this idea, then we will stop playing with the mother nature or we will start conserving environment. That is the basic message that this pandemic has taught us about, so that we have to find new forms of definitions with respect to growth and development in times to come. So we are witnessing ever-increasing disasters globally. If we talk about this period of 2009 to 2018, annual average of events have been to the tune of 343, annual average deaths 45,000 plus, average affected people 184.7 million across the globe. Average economic loss has been to the tune of 176 US billion dollars. 2019 has been a very specific year with respect to disasters. We have witnessed 396 natural disasters, so many of deaths and so many 95 million people affected, and 103 billion US dollars in economic losses. These are EMDAT data that is available on internet. This can be checked. Then this disaster events and the impact has not been universally or common on an average basis distributed among the continents. As far as Asia is concerned, it has bear the brunt of the most of the disasters. Like this, 40% of the disaster events, it has accounted for 45% of deaths, 74% affected the population-wise. And in Asia, India has been the lead front runner with respect to taking the more brunt of the disasters, like 20% of the entire deaths and 24.5% number of people affected. Floods have been very deadliest across the globe, 43.5% of deaths. They're followed by extreme temperature, heat waves. In Europe, you might be remembering the times of the summer of 2019, and storms to the tune of 21.5%. Then storms affected highest number of people, accounting for 35% of total affected, followed by floods, and then followed by droughts. Then I was talking about the summer heat in Europe. This wave affected Europe most significantly, France, Belgium, and Netherlands. More than 2,500 deaths due to heat waves we witnessed in the summer of 2019. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, ranked 2019 as the second warmest year on record globally. So Indian flood, if we talk about July to October, due to this high monsoon rains, it affected more than 13 states, mainly in the north, and leaving nearly 2,000 dead. The cyclone Idai, it was affecting that Mozambique and Zimbabwe part in the month of March, with nearly more than 1,000 deaths. Then a storm Dorian, it affected US and Bahamas in September of 2019 with 358 deaths and missing. If we talk about the floods, the numbers are twice the numbers of the storms, affecting nearly 64 million people. And wildfires, economic damage has sharply increased since 2014. It was only 279 million. And just imagine in 2019, we have reached, as far as economic losses with respect to wildfire is concerned, it has reached $30 billion US. So it is increasing like anything. Then, you know, the Australian bushfire, approximately $5 billion US losses have been calculated, and nearly 1 billion animals have been killed during these Australian bushfires. And if we see this graph of all the continents, then you can see 1960 onwards, we have been seeing continuous upsurge with respect to number of disasters that is affected globally. But continent-wise, if you see that Asia, this light green color that it is depicting, you can see it is the front runner with respect to having disasters, more with respect to Europe, Oceania, Africa, or America. These two graphs, it talks about the number of reported victims in millions and the number of reported disasters. The first graph, if you see in the 21st century, the numbers have been increasing like anything. But one thing is very sure with respect to these figures. In the second graph, you can see because of the technological innovations, because of our understanding of disasters, that has increased like anything. And like in inaugural session, it was rightly said that we have moved from response-centric approach to holistic approach. So probably that is the reason we are in a position to save human lives. So you can see this red color of this line, it has been decreasing like anything. So it says that human lives in the disaster, it is decreasing, but number of disasters that is increasing, and also economic losses across the globe that is increasing. So if we talk about the our own country, because of our socio-economic and geographical vulnerabilities to calamities, we are highly vulnerable to floods. Than 40 million hectare areas are vulnerable. Droughts, landslide, and avalanches, if they are put together, then it covers 68% of the land. Earthquakes are to the tune of 58.6% of land mass it is affecting. Tsunamis and cyclones. We have more than, out of our 7,500 kilometer coastal line, more than 4,500 coastal line is, on yearly basis, it is getting affected by tsunamis and cyclones on regular basis. So Global Climate Risk Index report 2019 says that we are 14th most vulnerable country due to extreme weather related events. And as far as economic losses are concerned, then India has accounted for more than $13,789 million. That is the fourth highest in the world as far as economic losses are concerned. This period, 1970 to 2009, India has experienced 371 natural disasters, more than 1.5 lakhs of deaths, and 1.86 billion people affected. Floods have accounted for 52% of the total occurrences of calamities, followed by cyclones, landslides, earthquakes, and droughts. Disaster damage, if we talk about as far as infrastructure loss is concerned, crops loss is concerned, livelihood losses are concerned, now floods have been the most costliest. As far as human casualties are concerned, then earthquake has been most lethal disaster as far as India is concerned. Now we come to the basic definition of disaster. Now, disaster has been described by UNISDR as serious disruption of functioning of a community or a society involving widespread human, material, economic, and environmental losses and impacts which exceeds the ability of the affected the community or society to cope using its own resources. Then we have our own Disaster Management Act 2005. Then United Nations comes one again with some other definitions. So basic why I have pointed out, it is the loss of either human loss, material loss, economic loss, and environmental loss. That is point number one. Point number two, it is beyond the coping capacity of the existing system. Then it becomes disaster. Otherwise, it can be like Professor rightly mentioned, it can be termed as hazard only. Unless it converts into a disaster, and we can't term it as a disaster. So second important point is it is beyond the coping capacity of the society. The third important point based on United Nations definition is the occurrence of sudden or major misfortune which disrupt the basic fabric and normal functioning of a society or community. So these are three important aspects with respect to definitions of disaster. So basically a sudden calamitous event and that seriously disrupts the functioning of a community or society. It causes human, material, and economic environmental losses, exceeds the community or society's ability to cope using its own resources. So what we do, we go for disaster management planning. So disaster management or emergency management is the creation of plans through which communities reduce their vulnerability to hazards and cope with disasters. Disaster management does not ever see, even if we have a plan, it doesn't mean that we have averted or reduced the disaster. It is not like that. It will be there, but the impact of a disaster can be reduced significantly if we have a proper plan and we implement it properly at the ground level. If we talk about the causes of a disaster, then it has four avenues. First one is environmental. In the name of growth and development, we are removing trees and forest cover. The watershed areas is getting reduced like anything. So resultant is soil erosion, expansion of floodplain areas in upper and middle course of rivers, and also groundwater depletion is the resultant of these losses. If we talk about developmental issues, then exploitation of land use, we are changing land like anything. Development of infrastructure, rapid urbanization because of the increasing population, then technological development, increasing pressure over the natural resources. These are the resultant, the causes of a disaster into functioning. Then if we talk about the political, it can be war, it can be nuclear power aspirations, fight between countries to conquer natural resources, land, sea, skies, then wide range of disaster like Hiroshima, our own, this Bhopal, this gas tragedy and things like that. So these are the resultant, the causes because of that this disaster takes place. If we talk about industrialization, the warming of earth and increased frequency of extreme weather events is due to because of this industrialization, where we are using this CF4 gases and other GHG gases to the tune of to extreme levels, which is not prescribed as far as sustainable development and growth is concerned. If we talk about the impacts, it can impact the individuals, it can be physical, which is visible, it can be psychological as well, which is not visible, but the impact can be for a longer duration. As far as this Bhopal gas tragedy is concerned, still some communities there which is badly impacted by psychologically because of that disaster. Then we face huge economic losses, destruction of property, human settlements, infrastructure, etc. Then this has the capacity to alter natural environment also. The habitat loss, then for many flora and fauna, and biodiversity losses with respect to then scarcity of natural resources, also food, water, and other. So it brings on fights between the communities, fights between the species, and it results to secondary impact of disasters. Then we also see displacement of people, migration of people because of several challenges in new settlements, and poorer become very poor and things like that. So increased level of vulnerability and multiplying effect is also one of the major impact with respect to having a disaster. If you see this schematic diagram of phases of disaster, any disaster is preponed by a pre-disaster event. We get threat, we get warning, and if we are cautious enough, we have substantial plan with ourselves, then probably the impact can be reduced like anything. Then comes the disaster, the impact. In the first to 3 days this scenario, this heroic kind of mechanism takes place, be it the impacted community, be it the government, be it the non-government people, with all the wherewithal, with all the scarce resources they have, they come to help each and everybody, and the impacted community feels like they are in a situation of honeymoon because of the community cohesion. But later on, after this passing of first 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, subject to different kinds of disasters, they have this disillusionment phase, if you see this graph. And thereafter, they come to terms working through grief, and there may be trigger event, there may be anniversary reactions, and they can again go down with their this stress levels. But thereafter, this reconstruction phase, a new beginning phase, comes slightly, slowly, and we, the human beings, are known for that. That we again build up lives. If you classify the hazards, it can be into different categories. The geophysical, biological. This pandemic is the funnel kind of this biological disaster. Then geophysical can be turned into meteorological and geomorphic, and then biological can be bifurcated again into flora and faunal kind of segments. If we talk about the equation of disaster risk, it is directly proportional to hazard, exposure to hazard, and also our vulnerability to those kinds of situations. It is inversely proportional to the capacity to cope with the disaster. More the capacity, the more we are in a position to bear the brunt of disaster or the impact of a disaster risk. The hazards are how potential a physical event can be, that is the hazard to cause loss of life or property. This can be termed as probability of harmful losses or consequences. Vulnerabilities are physical, social, economic, and environmental. They increase the susceptibility of an area or a community or a person to damage and losses. Capacities are basically the strength and core resources that is available within a community, society, or organization to deal with disasters. Hazards can be of four types. It can be natural, earthquake, droughts, floods, kinds of things. Violence, it can be man-made, war, armed conflict, and things like that. Environmental degradation will be another segment. Declining health, education, and other social services. Then failing industrialized society as well, with respect to like we have opened recently these industrial areas in a post-pandemic situation, post-lockdown situation. Then we are observing chemical fires in the areas of Visakhapatnam, in the areas of Bharuch, Gujarat, and in some areas of Chhattisgarh and UP. So these are industrialized failures. So we have to identify main hazards with respect to disasters, then understanding their characteristics, and we have to assess also where their trends, whether they have this capacity of visiting a particular site on a regular interval. So geographical area affected by the hazard, we have to observe. Season, when there is a hazard is more likely to appear, that we have to observe. That any warning signs, if any hazard is giving, we have to be very careful with respect to observing those kinds of warnings. If we talk about the capacity building, it is all the strengths, attributes, and resources available within a community that helps us in our ability to cope with any kinds of disasters. We have to organize training programs, capacity building programs, our personnel. Then we have to coordinate such programs with effective management of for the effective management of disaster. This present program is also one part of this capacity building program. And the process, this is it basically process to systematically stimulate and develop capacities over time to achieve social and economic goals, including through improvement of knowledge, skills, systems, and institutions. So basically what we learned that this vulnerability is a hazard event, will always be there. It based on our exposure to those kinds of hazard situations, sensitivity with respect to disasters, it differs from one disaster to another disaster. It differs from one person to another person as well. Clubbed together, then comes the impacts with respect to vulnerability and a hazard event. So this is the physical vulnerability. If we talk about, then this is the potential for physical impact on the physical elements at risk. One example I can give, like Japan, they are very prone to earthquakes. So what they build wooden houses. It is less likely to collapse in earthquakes. But what will happen if a fire or hurricane kind of situation comes over there? Then it becomes more vulnerable. So this is physical aspect of those vulnerability. If we talk about economic vulnerability, then families with low incomes, they often live in high risk areas because they can't manage and afford to live in those areas which are more safe. So because of their non-affordability, they have to live in those kind of situations. So this has the potential impacts of hazards on economic assets and processes also. If we talk about social vulnerability, this has potential impacts of events on groups. Then many segments of our society, like this poor people, single parent households, then pregnant and lactating women, elderly people, handicapped people, people with disabilities, and children. So these are those segments which are affected differently. Like ma'am was talking about women folk, which face disasters in different manner. So we have to find out their priorities, and accordingly we have to find solutions for their problems in the times of the crisis. If we talk about environmental vulnerabilities, it has potential impacts of events on the environmental. It can be flora, it can be fauna, it can be whole of the ecosystem and the biodiversity. The people living in the tropical areas are more vulnerable to tropical cyclones and things like that. So basically what we have to do, we have to identify the risk through risk assessments like community-based probabilistic modeling kind of thing, then risk mapping, then information campaigns and public outreach programs can be done. We have to reduce, after identifying the risk, we have to reduce the risk through structural measures, through non-structural measures. This training is non-structural measure. Then land use planning and the policy and regulation that is being implemented, that is being advocated in your area, that is one area where we can reduce the risk. And through infrastructure retrofitting also, it helps in the times of earthquakes and things like that. Then we have to go for preparedness through civil protection systems, pre-positioning, emergency response equipment and things like that. Early warning systems is part of preparedness. Then financial protection, for each and everything we need finances. So assessing how much financing is required, and then providing these finances at the time of crisis. That is the duty of the budget division of any government, be it local, be it subnational, be it national. Then we have to ultimately go for resilient reconstruction. There is concept of build back better in the Sendai framework of disaster risk reduction. There is no point in bringing up an infrastructure which was already prevalent in a pre-disaster time, because it either helped in the disaster to happen, or probably it weakened our support system. So we have to move every disaster, like it was said in the inaugural session, that it gives us opportunity to build back better. So we have to move towards resilient kind of reconstruction in a post-disaster scenario. So what we have to do, we can improve our abilities to monitor and forecast hazard. That is point number one. We have to increase awareness among the local community of the hazards faced by them and their exposure to them. And ultimately, the greatest benefits can be achieved by reducing the vulnerability to the natural hazards. So if we talk about the stages of the disaster management, then the pre-disaster cycle is there, then during disaster, then post-disaster and pre-disaster phase. Before a disaster, to reduce the impact of disaster on for human, material, environmental losses, and ensuring that these losses are minimized, we have to make plans in such a fashion. During disaster, that at the time of response, we have to ensure that the needs and provisions of the victims who have been impacted by disasters like anything are met to alleviate and minimize their sufferings. And a post-disaster scenario, there is new concept, PDNA, post-disaster need assessment. This new concept is being advocated globally. After disaster, we have to achieve rapid and durable recovery, which does not reproduce the original vulnerable condition. I said about resilient infrastructure. So basically, this cycle we are talking about in impact of disaster, we go for response, then we go for recovery, then thinking that similar kind of disaster may happen in future course of time. So we go for prevention, we go for mitigation measures. And when disaster is very around the corner, due to our improved S&T innovations, due to our early warning systems, when we are aware that we are going to face a disaster, we go for preparedness measures. So this is the whole cycle, and this is never ending, and it is always evolving. We learn from past disasters and we improve upon those things. But disasters cannot be averted. We can only reduce their impacts. That is the message. So what we do, we go for prevention. These are activities to avoid adverse impact of hazards and means to minimize the related environmental, technological, biological disasters. Then we go for mitigation, structural, non-structural measures. Then we go for preparedness. And these are advanced measures taken to ensure effective response to impact of disasters. Early warning system is also one important aspect of preparedness. So this is the message of half part of my second part of presentation, that we cannot stop natural disasters, but we can arm ourselves with knowledge so that many lives would not have to be lost if there was enough disaster preparedness. Now we are moving towards institutional mechanism through this policy paradigm shift. Before talking about in the Indian context, let us talk about three important documents that took place in the year 2015, like this Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, then Paris Climate Agreement, then Sustainable Development Goals, which are for the period of 2015 to 13. So Sendai Framework of Disaster Risk Reduction is basically is transition from its earlier predecessor, that is the Hugo Framework of Disaster Risk Reduction. And main important aspect is the point number 4 of HFA, which was basically addressing underlying factors of risk. That became the priority number 1 of this Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And also this new framework, it talks about evidence-based indicators and indicator-based assessment, so that the calculations of financial needs, calculations of resources should be fine-tuned to the actual need. So Hugo Framework of Action, that is the predecessor of SFDRR, had 3 strategic goals. That was integration of disaster risk reduction into sustainable development policies and planning, then development of strengthening of institutions, mechanism and capacities to build resilience to hazards, then systematic incorporation of risk reduction approaches. So as I said in the previous slide, this it had 5 main priorities. See the priority number 4, it was about reducing risk. It became the priority number 1 of Sendai Framework of Disaster Risk Reduction. So basically what we do in that, 7 goals. 4 important goals are to reduce the global disaster mortality. We have to reduce the number of affected people. We have to reduce the economic loss in relation to the GDP of the respective nations. We have to reduce the damage to critical infrastructure and service disruption. Also, at the same time, we have to enhance the number of countries with national and local DRR strategies by 2020. And international cooperation by 2 developing countries has to be enhanced, and we have to enhance also the availability and access to early warning system and DRR information. So these are the basic goals of disaster risk reduction. Then came the sustainable development goals. 17 important sustainable development goals are there. And if we talk about disaster risk reduction, then no less than 10 goals are there which directly talk about DRR. Due to paucity of time, I can't read these 2 slides. So importantly, I tell that goal number 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, and 11, 13, 14, and 15. So total 10. These 10 goals of SDGs out of 17 goals are very much related or in tune with the disaster risk reduction that is being talked about, and everybody should read these. So these targets, these SDG targets, are also in line with Sendai Framework focus on building environmental resilience through the inclusion of ecosystems and risk analysis and planning. And also they are in sync with the Paris Climate Change Agreement measures and guidelines that have been prescribed globally. Now we talk about the institutional mechanism. So basically disaster has to be managed locally by the states, by the district administration, but central government is always there. That in the definition of disaster, I said about that beyond the coping capacity. So when it is beyond the coping capacity of the states and districts, then comes the role of the central government. So we have at the center National Disaster Management Authority as far as policy planning and managing disasters in crisis which are beyond the coping capacity of states are concerned. Then we have National Executive Committee, NEC, which helps NDMA in the times of crisis. Then at the state level, we have state disaster management authorities, and at district level, DDMS, district disaster management authorities. Then also local bodies, government bodies are also there. At central level, we have Cabinet Committee on Security. We have our own institute, National Institute of Disaster Management, which imparts training and capacity building, enhances capacity building with respect to disaster risk management. We have at the central level Cabinet Committee on Management of Natural Calamities. We have National Crisis Management Committee also. Then there are several ministries which have been given different kinds of disasters to cope with, to manage with, like this biological disaster. This pandemic is being governed and being managed by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Otherwise, for many of the disasters, Ministry of Home Affairs is the basic nodal ministry. Then we have important role of National Disaster Response Force, NDRF. That is there. Then we also take help from the corporate sector, professional bodies, NGOs, then scientific and technical institutions in the times of crisis, and also academia, like Isabella Thoban College. In the times of crisis, we are going to take support of you people as well. So thank you. And then there are different nodal ministries I talked about, like this Ministry of Home Affairs is responsible for flood, tsunami, cyclone, earthquake, etc. This Ministry of Environment and Forest, it takes care of chemical disasters and so on and so forth. The list is very long. Then if we talk about the Disaster Management Act, which came into the being in the year 2005, it brought about that paradigm shift we are talking about. There were two important disasters that took place in our country: 1999 of Odisha super cyclone and 2001 Gujarat Bhuj earthquake. So at that time, we had a response-centric approach. We are going to wait for the disasters, and then when disaster strikes with the wherewithal and the available scarce resources, we are going to manage the disasters. But thereafter, this mindset changed, and we started thinking about the disaster management in a whole cyclic manner. Now we are talking about the prevention, we are talking about the mitigation, we are talking about preparedness, and also response. And thereafter, not only recovery, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and that to the tune of build back better concept, so that we are going to give back to the society a better sustainable mode of living in a post-disaster scenario. So this act was enacted into December 2005. It provides the establishment of NDMA, SDMA, DDMA I talked about. It also helps in constitution of disaster response fund and disaster mitigation fund at national, state, and district level. NIDM, NDRF are there is provision for that. That is there. Then provides the penalties for obstruction, false claims, and misappropriation, etc. And there is no discrimination on the ground of sex, caste, community, descent, or religion in providing compensation and relief as per the DM Act. Then in the year 2009, we came with the National Policy on Disaster Management. It covers all aspects of disaster management, including institutional, legal arrangements, financial arrangements, disaster prevention, mitigation, preparedness, technical legal regime, response, relief, rehabilitation, and so on and so forth. It focuses on the areas where action is needed and institutional mechanism through which such action can be channelized. Then came in the year 2016, as per the mandate of the DM Act 2005, every ministry, every department has to prepare their disaster management plan. Similarly, our nation has to have one national plan, that is NDMP. So in the year 2016, we have our NDMP, and in the year 2019, we have reviewed, and 3 more important chapters have been included in the National Disaster Management Plan. It covers so many aspects. You can go through my slides with respect to that. I urge that each and everybody who is present in this program should go through NDMP, so that they would know what kind of responsibilities and duties that we were talking about as per the our Indian Constitution. That they will get to learn about those things. Then in the year 2016, there came one event, Asian Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, where our Honorable Prime Minister spoke, professed about 10-point agenda with respect to DRR. It talks about several important aspects, like all developmental sectors must imbibe the principles of disaster risk management. Then we have to bring forth our women folk, like our President IT College today talked about, not only their partnership in these programs, but we have to enhance their leadership skills also. Then we have to bring all the universities together. We have to leverage technology to enhance the efficiency of our disaster risk management efforts, so on and so forth, so many things. The last but not the least, we have to opportunity to learn from a disaster must not be wasted. After every disaster, there are papers on lessons that are rarely applied. So that is a very important message our Honorable Prime Minister talked about. Then I was talking about NEC, that is National Executive Committee, that helps NDMA in its functioning. Ex officio chairman is the Home Secretary. Then all the secretaries of many line departments which are necessary in the times of crisis, they are members to this committee. It may constitute subcommittees. Then main job of this NEC is coordinating and monitoring body for disaster management. It also prepares a national plan. This NDMP I talked about, it has been prepared by the NEC, then approved by the NDMA. It also monitors the implementation of national policy. Then we have NDMA. This is basically a plan and policy body. It is headed by Honorable Prime Minister. There can be 9 members. Then it lays down policies, plans, guidelines for disaster management. Then national plan that I spoke about, it includes measures for prevention, mitigation of disasters, integration of mitigation measures in the plans, preparedness, and capacity building. Then similarly, we have organizations like SDMA at the state level. Then we have organizations like DDMA at the local level. This is very important because it is responsible for planning, coordination, implementation of disaster management, and to take such measures for disaster management as provided in the guidelines. It has also a unique power to examine the construction in any area in the district to enforce the safety standards, that building bylaws, and also to arrange for relief measures and respond to disaster at district level. This is an important aspect with respect to DDMA. Then we have our own institution, this NIDM. It was constituted under DM Act. We have a vision to play the role of a premier institute for capacity building in disaster management. Our responsibilities include human resource development, capacity building, training, research, documentation, policy advocacy in the field of disaster management. We believe in culture of prevention. Then we do strategic partnerships with various ministry departments, academia, industry, and in future you will see we will be signing an MOU with Isabella Thoban College also, if President Madam permits. Then we also go for research, documentation, training modules and reports, etc. Then comes our specific unique force that is unique globally, that's NDRF. This is a specialized kind of a force. It is responsible for the purpose of a specialized kind of response to a threatening disaster situation. And the responsibility of managing disaster is basically that is of the states. And MHA being nodal ministry, it is the responsibility when it becomes beyond the coping capacity, then it sends the NDRF forces to the site, and they help them, the states, like anything. So it has got 12 battalions organized and manned by persons on deputation from paramilitary forces. It can be BSF, it can be CRPF, it can be CISF, ITBP, SSB. Total strength of each battalion is approximately 1,149, and it is capable of providing 18 self-contained specialist research and rescue teams of 45 persons. एक टीम में 45 पर्सन्स होते हैं, पूरी बटालियन 1149 लोगों की होती है. तो ऐसे 18 self-contained specialist search and rescue teams we can provide through these battalions, which include engineers, technicians, electricians, dog squads, and also medical and paramedics people that are part of those teams. It has 4 battalions specifically capable of responding to radiological disasters, nuclear, biological, and chemical disasters. You can see with this schematic diagram where these 12 battalions have been posted across pan-India. So seeing the vulnerability of those areas. Now this is another NDRF. This is related to fund. So earlier we used to have a National Calamity Contingency Fund, NCCF. It was renamed as NDRF with the enactment of DM Act 2005. Central government has allowed the contributions from any persons or institution into this, and it has been placed in the public account of government in India under reserve funds not bearing interest. It is managed by the central government for meeting the expenses of emergency responses, supplements the SDRF. There is SDRF also at the state level in the case of being that beyond the coping capacity of states to manage a disaster. SDRF is the primary fund available with the state governments, and NDRF is financed through the levy of a cess on certain items chargeable to excise and custom duty and approved annually through the finance bill. And currently a National Calamity Contingent Duty, NCCD, is being levied to finance the NDRF. And this is the recent development. As per the Article 280 of Constitution, finance commissions are constituted. So this 15th Finance Commission, which is working since 1st of April 2020 onwards, it has said to promote local level mitigation activities. Mitigation funds has to be there to set up at both national and state levels. And it has recommended creation of funds for disaster mitigation along with disaster response. So now the new name of NDRF is NDRMF. For SDRF, it is SDRMF with the inclusion of this mitigation word into that. It has recommended grants for the SDRMF to the tune of 28,983 crore for this current financial fiscal year, and allocation for NDRMF to the tune of 12,390 crore for this current fiscal year. One important aspect is out of this fund, 20% fund, 100 rupees में से 20 rupees is specifically mentioned or kept away for the mitigation thing. That is very, very important. So this is my last slide. Disasters threaten development, just as development creates disasters. This is mutual. So disasters, they are indicator of developmental failures and measures of the sustainability of the development as well. Hazard, vulnerability, and exposure are influenced by a number of risk drivers. It can be poverty, it can be inequality, it can be badly planned and managed urban and regional development policies, it can be climate change, can be environmental degradation, and so on and so forth. So resilience we have to move towards. It talks about the ability of communities, ability of societies and systems to resist, absorb, accommodate, recover from disasters, and improve their well-being in times to come. There is definitely a need to understand society's capacity to protect itself from disasters and continuously improve upon that. So basically, this is the last this thing. So when an incident occurs of disaster, what we do, we go for a response, we go for recovery, we go for prevention, mitigation, and then go for preparedness through various means. But during all these times, what we have to be very cautious about, we have to go for regular environmental scan. Whatever policies and plans we are implementing, whether they are fitting the bills of the environmental scan, where we are degrading the environment, we have to take away those policies. We have to choose only those policies which are environmentally sustainable. Then we have to see whether these policies and plans are taking care of leadership engagement, all hazard assessment is being done or not, whether training and exercise mock drills are being done on regular basis or not, then capability improvement process on regular basis, this has to be ensured. And last but not the least, during all these four segments, we have to go for performance assessment measures so that we know we are on the right path. This is called the strategic emergency management plan in the time of disasters. So this is our message. One global footprint network is one organization which works on the quantum of natural resources that is available with ourselves. So it is working since 1970, and with the increasing population, decreasing natural resources, and also increasing trend of disasters, it says presently we are needing 1.75 Earth to live. This I want to explain. For the last year, for 2018, August 1 was the day when all the natural resources, that capacity of regenerating by Mother Earth, we consumed by August 1st. So what we do after that, we consume those kinds of kept natural resources which we should not rather utilize. So basically, for the present time, what we are doing, we are needing more than one Earth to live by. And one UN report says that by the year 2080, our population is going to be to the tune of 10.85 billion. Presently, we are 7.8 billions. So you can assume what kind of pressure we're going to build upon our natural resources. So we have to, and this pandemic has shown many pathways and rather posed many questions upon us. What should be our new developmental definitions so that we can go vis-a-vis development, vis-a-vis natural and conservation of natural resources. So if we fail to prepare, then basically we are preparing to fail. This is the last message I wanted to give. And an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity for this presentation of today. Thank you. Over to Shilpi.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an enlightening presentation. You have explained rightly about the COVID-19 pandemic. You have sensitized our audience, and you in your next presentation you talked about basics of disaster management and institutional mechanism in our country. I'm sure that our participants will be highly benefited with your talk. Sir, we have a few questions. I would now ask you. Sir, our question one is, nowadays, the causes of disasters are more man-made rather than natural. So what are the disasters which are primarily caused due to the ignorance and carelessness of humans? And how and what we can do to reduce such disasters and aware the people regarding the same? Sir.
Yeah. Basically, this question has been answered in the inaugural session, if you rightly know. It was said that there is a thin line between what is a natural disaster, what is a man-made disaster. And this is reducing like anything. Now, everything you can associate with whatever is happening, that there is a cause that is man-made, that is anthropogenic. So like Professor Anil rightly said, that charity begins at home. So we can't depend upon our governments, our systems that is prevalent in our society. So we have to do small bits and pieces at our homes, at local level, at community level, so that our dependency on natural resources is reduced like anything. Pandemic has showed that जितना कम से कम में हम अपना गुजारा कर सकें उतना नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज के ऊपर लोड कम पड़ेगा। तो डिजास्टर्स तो आना ही है। मैंने कहा कि you can't avert disasters, rather the impact of disasters can be reduced like anything through our this individual efforts. So that is the answer.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next question is, sir, whatever we plan, we made to save ourselves and our infrastructure from disasters. But at that instant time, usually our mind doesn't work because we human get panic and all plans and safety measures get wasted. So how to tackle that situation? What should we do to do at that point of time to prevent ourselves?
Yeah. So if you notice that in one of my slides, I have used Honorable Prime Minister has rightly talked about not losing any opportunity to learn from any disaster. See, हम पुराने जो जितने डिजास्टर्स हुए हैं उनसे हम लेसन्स लर्न करते हैं। फिर मैंने कहा प्लान की मैंने बात की, प्लान अपनी जगह पे है, लेकिन प्लान में हर साल में उसका रिव्यू होना चाहिए। प्लान हैज टू बी रिव्यूड at annual basis. Then not only on annual basis, after any disasters on that particular site, plan has to be reviewed. So where we fail, these plans are failing us because we don't implement it properly. Like this mock drills and other things that need to be take shape and on real terms, that is not taking shape properly on the real terms. So these are few things. If we have a plan, we have to implement it properly, and plan have to be revised, reviewed on regular basis like anything. Then only, and then put together individual efforts, like I answered in my first question. So individual efforts, plans by the government, and then implementation of those plans properly, and the review timely. So these are few points which are going to help us during the times of crisis.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your time. Our next speaker is Mr. Arvind Bhatia, ONGC Academy, Dehradun. Mr. Arvind Bhatia, GM Production, is a chemical engineer, MBA from MBA in Finance, and a certified energy auditor. He has over 32 years of experience in ONGC and worked in areas of production at various locations like Dehradun, Mumbai, offshore assets, MH and BS, onshore assets, Ankleshwar and Tripura. A passionate trainer, he started major contingency emergency management initial response trainings as per OPITO standards by ONGC's on resources for offshore OIMs and energy response team, and has trained over hundreds of officers and on simulator by constructing over 60 emergency scenarios for trainings, and thus saving over 9 crores of precious foreign exchanges. Sir will be talking about major hazards and disaster management in oil and gas operations. Sir, over to you for your presentation.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Shilki. Respected Dr. Charles, President, Isabella Thoban College, Dr. Vinita Prakash, Principal, Dr. Bhatia, Coordinator of this course, our esteemed faculty from various institutes and IT college who are attending this FDP, and all the students and other people from various places who are attending this program. I presume that I am audible and all of you can listen to me and see me. In case there is any problem, you can always post it on the chat box. This actually training, somebody has just now asked a question. When the actual emergency comes, then we all become nervous. So what to do about it? I just want to give you a brief about first ONGC, what exactly ONGC is doing and what kind of hazards we are facing. Because most of you may be knowing that ONGC means Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. We are in the business of oil and natural gas, and we are present everywhere in India, almost everywhere, and most of them are absolutely remote, which actually magnify the problem of hazards. So without taking much time, this is a very difficult task which has been assigned to me, because this training, what we impart there on simulator is a practical training which we impart for 5 days continuously. And I've been told to share it with you, whatever we have learned, whatever we have taught to people in less than 40 minutes. So I'll just a minute. Yeah. So ONGC, as you all know, is present everywhere, and most of our production, 2/3 of India's production comes from ONGC, and 2/3 of ONGC's own production comes from our offshore assets, which are basically present in western offshore of India. Mumbai High, Neelam Hira, Basin and Satellite, these are basically assets. As we say, these are small organizations like Isabella Thoban College present here in Lucknow. And then if Isabella Thoban College was to have a small branch elsewhere in Bareilly, it would have been second asset. So these are all different assets of offshore where we are present and working in offshore, taking out oil and gas. And then there are various places in onshore as well, where we are doing like Mehsana in Gujarat, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, Ankleshwar, Gujarat, Cambay, again a small place in Gujarat, Assam, a remote place, northeast of India, Tripura, more northeast, very near to Bangladesh, Karaikal, South India, Rajamundry, Andhra Pradesh, and Bokaro CBM in Bengal, where we are having a coal bed methane product, and Jorhat again in Assam. So now you see, this is how actually I'll be talking specifically about offshore, because the hazards which are there in offshore are far more than what we have in onshore fields. So we are present here in offshore, very near to Bombay, Surat, and Gujarat mainly. This is the area where we are working, and also in eastern offshore, where we actually found a lot of oil and gas recently, along with Reliance as well. Many companies have found a lot of oil and gas in this area as well. But I'll be talking mainly about this because it is very difficult to cover both the areas. So this is a small piece. I've just magnified it. You can see these structures, which are oil-bearing structures. And here somewhere is Goa, this Bombay, then Goa, then Assam, everywhere. And this is the eastern offshore, which I will not be talking about. Now, when ONGC is operating, where exactly is oil and gas being taken out? People know that, yes, we are somewhere near Bombay. So if this is the land area, I've just made this slide for you people to understand it. And territorial waters actually are up to 12 nautical miles from land. And then from land, if you contiguous zone, up to 24 nautical miles. This is the contiguous zone. And then the exclusive economic zone, which extends to up to about 200 nautical miles. So where exactly are we working? Just try to understand. It's very important to understand, then only you'll be able to understand the next slides. See, it is this area. It is here beyond 24 nautical miles and up to 200 nautical miles that we are working away from land. That is the Bombay. So how far we are, how remotely we are, how deep sea we are. So now just see this. Many of you might be recognizing this. This is actually Marine Drive area in Bombay. And we have a number of oil fields there. Some of like a Tapti oil field where I have worked, it is about 120 nautical miles away from Bombay. Then Mumbai High North and so on. So you can see this, all these are 120, 90, 45, 90, 105, 40, 50 and so on. And what is actually happening there? We are taking out oil and gas from there, and we are also drilling in for finding out new oil and gas, and also drilling in to excavate oil and gas. Excavate word I use, mining of oil and gas. So just see this. This is one picture which I have downloaded for you guys to understand. This is something what an oil and gas platform looks like. You might have seen this when seeing this news or some news on ONGC, or when people are sharing about the oil and gas prices, that see oil and gas drilling is going on, oil and gas operations are going on. Just try to see this. There is a living quarter here where people stay. Then there are oil platform. Then there is a gas platform. Then this is a platform where you have oil wells here, and this is now connected with the bridge here. This is also connected with the bridge here. This is all connected with the bridge here, and you can see this a flare here, live flare right now. So oil and gas is coming not just from these oil wells, but many other oil wells which are here remote, something like, let us say 10 nautical miles from this platform. They're all flowing to this platform. and about 100 to 120 people or maybe even 200 people are staying at any point of time on these platforms. So you can understand how far we are, what kind of job we are doing, and we are sitting on oil and gas platforms where it's only oil and gas flowing. And you can see this is a construction barge which has come. Now it's working alongside us, and it has this helipad like here. You can see a helipad here also. You can see a helipad here, because most of the transportation, how we reach there, is through helicopter only. Helicopter is the main means of transport. Of course, there are some boats also which keep coming, and during the emergencies, they provide us support in moving from one place, from this platform to a unmanned platform where there are a number of oil and gas wells flowing. Okay. You can see this. Another picture for your this thing. This is the construction cranes which are being used for loading, unloading, for making a lot of construction things. Like you see cranes working here in high-rise buildings, helping to construct various structures. So this is also, this particular barge, this must be at least, let us say, 80 meters or 100 meters, which you cannot probably estimate from this slide. And then there is this helipad on which the helicopter is going to land. And then here is a crane here, there is a crane here, and then these pads also. And people are staying on, this is the living quarter. You can say first floor, second floor, third floor. And people are staying here. Now here there is no oil and gas being produced, or oil and gas coming to this platform. Oil and gas is coming here only, and we just come here and sleep here. There is a living quarter, there is a mess, there is a TT table, etc. Everything. So this is the kind of structure. Now just see this view also. There is a boat working here. There is a boat working here. They have come here to give some food or some emergency equipments or some spare parts. And then this is the crane. This is the flare which I showed you. This is another view. There's a crane working. So this kind of activity is going on 24 hours. Try to understand this. 24 hours we are working here, and these activities are going on. Oil and gas is working. See, this is a view from the top of the heli deck, where the chopper is going to land, and people are going to come down, and then they're going to take this stair, go down. This is the living quarter where they're going to stay. Now, what I think you must have understood one thing from these slides is that this was all oil and gas, people working, around 100 to 120 people or 200 people working there in a remote place, helicopters landing, lot of construction, lot of equipment being transferred. In the oil and gas field, anything can happen anytime. So that means it is a hazardous place. Oil and gas industry anyway is hazardous. When you go to the petrol pump, it's all hydrocarbon vapor you can see. When you're working in your kitchen, there is a small cylinder, but you understand that yes, there's a lot of LPG, and any leakage is there. So there, it's all oil and gas, and you cannot escape. So it is hazardous. Now, because of these hazards, very specific hazards, the need for preparation, the need for training, the need for practicing becomes very, very important. Now, just to try to understand what is a hazard. Now, hazard is basically a condition or a practice which has the potential to cause harm or loss. Anything can be a hazard. Now, to understand it, electricity in your house is a hazard. If it is a high voltage, 33 kilovolt, let us say, or 11 kilovolt, the hazard becomes even more. Because 33 kilovolt में आप एक बार अगर छू गए तो गया, उसके बाद नहीं बचने वाले. A rotating shaft, अगर कहीं पे चल रहा है, आटे की चक्की चल रही है, बेल्ट चल रही है, it is a hazard. Keep away from that, right? आप अपने घर में मिक्सी चलाते हैं, it's a rotating shaft. ध्यान से चलाइए. अगर कहीं भी आपने उसको ठीक से कवर नहीं किया, it will overflow. It will पूरी तरीके से आपके ऊपर गिर जाएगी और पूरा आप बैलेंस भी बिगड़ जाएगा. So no, these are the hazards, specific hazard, very small hazard which you are doing daily. So I'm just giving you an example of. आप लोग ट्रैवल करते हैं, आईटी चौराहे पे कितने एक्सीडेंट होते हैं आप देखते हैं. अभी रेड लाइट लगा दी है, इसके पहले क्या था, इतनी भीड़ है, सब लोग जा रहे हैं, आ रहे हैं. Now the moment you do not follow the rules, you are landing yourself in trouble. So failing to stop during a red light is a hazard. इसीलिए आपका चालान किया जाता है, आपको खराब लगता है. आप पहले ही कर लीजिए. Once the red orange होने वाला है, आप रुकिए. You are taking a risk. Okay, flammable liquid in your house. If you are using a kerosene, or if you're using a solvent or a paint, something stored there, it's a hazard. You take special care. Noise in your house. If you're working in a compressor area, it's a hazard. आप रेलवे ट्रैक पे खड़े होते हैं, एकदम से गाड़ी निकलती है, इतनी नॉइज होती है, that itself is a hazard. People working in a noisy place, in a school, in a college, when you छुट्टी होती है, कितनी noise होती है, that itself is a hazard. And then nowadays, I even say, and previously also, cash is a hazard. Why cash is a hazard? Cash was a hazard. आप लेके जाएंगे, कोई आपसे चोरी कर लेगा, छीन लेगा, मार लेगा. Gold, wearing gold is a hazard, right? Cash is a hazard. More so specifically, I'll be talking about what exactly has given us an insight. Cash is a hazard because अभी आप UPI payment करिए ना, cash can carry this virus. So cash is a hazard. So इस तरह के आप देखेंगे, you are sitting here in a room, I'm sitting here, now there is a fan there. So fan is a hazard. ओके, फैन अभी चलेगा, हो सकता है मेरे पे गिर जाए, इट इज अ हजार्ड. बट क्या इसका मतलब ये है कि ये सारे हजार्ड जो हैं तो हम सब काम बंद कर देंगे? एंड मैंने आपको इसीलिए वो वाला सब सारा दिखाया है कि ऑयल एंड गैस इंडस्ट्री में जो हजार्ड्स हैं कितने ज्यादा हैं. बट वी आर डूइंग इट, सो दैट मीन्स दैट लाइफ विल गो ऑन, वी विल मूव फॉरवर्ड. But what to do? Get yourself trained, get yourself acquainted, understand those hazards and find out what is the risk inherent in it. Okay, now specifically to offshore, if you understand working in an offshore is a hazard, what are the basically reasons for these hazards? What kind of hazard specific to offshore is there? Offshore में क्या होता है? सारा का सारा सी मरीन एनवायरनमेंट है, हाइड्रोकार्बन है, वो ऑनशोर में भी है, हमारे ऑफशोर में भी है. हाइड्रोकार्बन इज अ बिग हजार्ड. आपके यहाँ पे नहीं है, घर में बैठे हुए हैं, लैब के अंदर आ जाता है कई बार. हाइड्रोजन अगर आप सिलेंडर यूज कर रहे हैं, केमिकल्स यूज कर रहे हैं, दोज आर हजार्ड्स. मरीन एनवायरनमेंट इटसेल्फ इज अ हजार्ड. पीपल हु आर वर्किंग इन मरीन एनवायरनमेंट, आप देखिए, दे शुड वर्क इन एन एसी एनवायरनमेंट. अदरवाइज जो ये सलाइन वाटर होता है, एयर के अंदर जो सैलिनिटी होती है, that causes lot of diseases. It's a hazard. वेदर ऑफशोर के अंदर इमीडिएटली एकदम से वेदर खराब हो जाएगा, बहुत हवा चलने लगेगी, टाइड्स आ जाएंगी, साइक्लोन्स आ जाएंगे. So those are specific, very, very hazardous thing. And you are sitting on an oil and gas platform, almost 200 nautical miles away from offshore Bombay city. Heavy load handling. You can see these structures, how heavy these are, and you are handling big loads. Suppose you drop this load and it drops on an oil and gas pipeline, what will happen? Immediately gas leakage हो जाएगा. Gas leakage हो जाएगा, उसके बाद fire भी हो जाएगा. So air operations. You are operating in offshore, a lot of helicopters landing. At least we are having 15 to 20 helicopter landing on our platform, full of hydrocarbon. And we always say that these landings are like we are operating like a small airport, something like Sholapur, something. So ये सारे के सारे हम तो वहाँ पे ऑयल एंड गैस भी निकाल रहे हैं और साथ में हेलीकॉप्टर्स भी हैंडल कर रहे हैं. So you can understand कितना रिस्की है. And we don't have anything, only one person who is handling all these helicopters, air traffic, coordinating with Bombay. And there are number of helicopters in the field. Some helicopter is going, somebody is landing, some taking off, and boat operations. इधर से भी boat operate कर रही है, इधर से भी हो रही है. And people, toxic gases like H2S gases, and people. People itself are hazard. How are people? How can people be hazard? Somebody asked me. People are hazards because if they are not trained, if they are casual people, if they don't understand how to manage risk, if they don't understand how to respond to problems, they become hazard. आप ही के यहाँ अगर देखिए कॉलेज के अंदर कोई हड़कंप मच जाता है, कुछ हो जाता है, लोग एकदम से आके आपके पास आ जाएंगे. They will not allow you to work, as somebody asked a question. So they will become a hazard. They will not let you think. They will not let you operate. They will not let you talk. They will not let you talk on mobile. So working on heights, Mumbai offshore mein when we are working on heights. In case we fall, we will fall on a iron structure. And if we fall on iron structure, इतना heavy होता है कि I can tell you कि definitely लोगों की कुछ ना कुछ हड्डी टूटती है. और अगर मान लीजिए कि वो गिरते हैं, and if that particular structure gives away, what is going to happen? This person is going to fall even down on another iron structure. वो भी अगर चला जाता है, gives way, then he's going to fall in sea. That itself is a big hazard. So you can understand how many hazards are there, and still we are managing it. How we are managing it is absolutely through emergency management training. That is the training which actually I am giving to all the ONGCians working in offshore. It's a very important training, and until these people have these trainings, they cannot go to offshore also. Now, just I'll give you a small brief about what kind of hazards which actually we can face in offshore in production operations. I'm not talking about drilling because that is going to take a long time. So, अगर आपका oil and gas process area में एक flow कर रहा है, किसी एक separator में आ रहा है, and suddenly वो separator में कुछ problem होती है, leakage होती है, and you can understand oil and gas is coming from a remote place, many remote place to that platform. तो उसके अंदर लीकेज हो जाता है तो व्हाट इज गोइंग टू हैपन, सारा ऑयल एंड गैस का एनवायरनमेंट हो जाएगा. सो दैट इज वन थिंग, लॉस ऑफ कंटेनमेंट ऑफ ऑयल एंड गैस इन प्रोसेस एरिया. देन लॉस ऑफ कंटेनमेंट ऑयल गैस इन द प्रोसेस गैस कंप्रेसर एरिया. गैस कंप्रेसर के अंदर कोई प्रॉब्लम हो गई, कुछ फट गया, जो कि होता ही है, आपने देखा इतने सारे लीकेजेस होते हैं ऑनशोर में, इतने सारी क्लोरीन गैस लीकेज हुई, अभी इसके पहले स्टायरीन लीकेज हुई, तो इस टाइप की कोई चीज हो जाए. देन risers, what are risers? Risers are basically oil and gas coming to this platform, नीचे से आ रही है उस सबसी पाइपलाइन से. वहां पर जो पर्टिकुलर पाइपलाइन है जो सी के अंदर से निकल के ऊपर हवा में आती है, उसमें टाइट जो है ऊपर नीचे होती रहती है. सो देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ ऑक्सीजन, वेट ऑक्सीजन कनेक्शन, वहां पे करोजन हो जाता है. सो वहां से बहुत सारी ऑयल एंड गैस पाइपलाइंस लीक कर जाती है. दो वी कीप ऑन टेकिंग थिकनेस मेजरमेंट, वी कीप ऑन डूइंग दिस पेंटिंग आल्सो for protection of these risers, but still these things go on happening. So you can understand, नीचे जो है oil and gas pipeline है, वो लीक कर गई, सारी oil and gas, सारी गैस जो है वो पूरी environment में. What can happen? What should happen? So इसी तरीके से well जो है ड्रिलिंग के समय blowout हो गया. Blowout is basically a condition when you are drilling a well and you are balancing the well during the drilling with lot of mud weight. But suddenly what happens is you encounter a zone of oil and gas which is beyond your expectation, beyond your estimation, and there is a high pressure zone, and suddenly that oil and gas starts coming up, and now that is a drilling rig. There is no oil and gas pipeline which has been constructed. This is a new well. So then that leads to lot of outgress of oil and gas. And ultimately, if not controlled within few minutes, that can lead to oil spill, that can lead to fire, and then a major disaster, major emergency. So fire. So there is a tanker going very near to the platform or boat working, and suddenly the boat loses control. उसके engine सब fail हो जाते हैं, boat drift करती है, boat के पास कोई control ही नहीं. It comes and collides with the platform. And it collides with the oil and gas pipelines. And then because we lost one platform where I had worked, there were 22 casualties. It happened long time back when Bombay had rains there. I think it was in year 2005, July 27. So we lost that platform, and it happened in the evening. Weather was also not good. There was people were not able to come for the rescue also because Bombay itself was facing that flood, if you remember, July 27th. So fire in the living quarter where the cooking is taking place, there the fire happens. People are sleeping in the night. Then what to do? So all these things happen, and I'll just thing is, as I told you, even यहाँ पर अगर मैं बैठा हुआ हूँ और यहाँ पे भी ऊपर पंखा है, गिर जाएगा तो क्या करेंगे? गिर सकता है ना, बट क्या गिरता है? कभी सुना है? बहुत कम. So what you have to do is, रेड लाइट है, रेड लाइट अगर क्रॉस करोगे तो डेफिनेटली, अगर आप एक बार करो, दो बार करो, पहले तो वो चालान करेंगे, बट बार बार करोगे तो यू विल लैंड योरसेल्फ इन ट्रबल. सो ईच एंड एवरी हजार्ड, पहले तो उसकी प्रोबेबिलिटी रेटिंग देखो कि क्या है, अगर ये होगा कि नहीं होगा, क्या पंखा गिरेगा, इज इट अ प्रोबेबल. वंस यू हैव ऑलरेडी डन योर बेसिक इंजीनियरिंग एंड डन योर बेसिकली मेंटेनेंस, हर बार आते हो, चेक करते हो, बोल्ट्स आर इन प्लेस, सो दिस पंखा is not going to fall on me. Okay, so the probability rating of the event happening and the severity. Is it going to happen? And if it happens, then what is the loss I'm going to happen? Take the case of COVID. COVID के case में, why it is becoming as important is there is a big chance of you taking it, getting it if the other person besides you is having it. तो इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि उसकी प्रोबेबिलिटी भी ज्यादा है और सिवियरिटी भी ज्यादा है। अभी तो लोग ठीक हो रहे हैं, तो ऑलमोस्ट अभी हमने कहना शुरू कर दिया कि लोग ठीक हो रहे हैं, बट शुरू में था या यूएस में है और जगह पे है, वहां पर डेथ रेट ज्यादा है और ओल्ड लोगों को ये प्रॉब्लम होने के चांसेस और भी ज्यादा है। इसलिए हम कहते हैं उनके लिए सिवियरिटी रेटिंग इज मोर, प्रोबेबिलिटी रेटिंग फॉर एवरीबडी इज ओके। तो प्रोबेबिलिटी रेटिंग कम करने के लिए हम क्या कह रहे हैं कि आप अपना फूड बढ़ाइए, योगा करिए, एक्सरसाइज करिए, wear the mask, okay, so that you can reduce this probability. So try to understand this. So what we do is actually each and everything what we encounter there, we find out what is the probability of this happening and what is the severity rating. Multiply both these, then you get these figures. Let us say probability rating of 4 and severity rating of 5 multiplied, this becomes 20. 20, 16, 15. These are all very high risk things. So if it is 15 to 20, extreme risk, cannot accept this risk, I will not do it. Simple as that. Okay. And अगर उसी तरीके से आप देखिए एक और है 8, 12, 9, 12, 8, 10. So these are the things, these are high risk, but I have to do it, I can do it, and I have to do it only if I implement the extensive risk control measures. Okay, you keep on trying to correlate this with the pandemic situation which you are facing. Initially जब ये था तो हम लोगों ने immediately, in fact pandemic के cases में शुरू में हमारे पास resources नहीं, we were all taken by surprise कि है क्या ये, we were not prepared, there was no information about this. अभी वही चीजें हम इसमें करते हैं कि जैसे अभी पांडा साहब ने बोला कि हम हमेशा we try to get information about कि what is the risk, what can go wrong, और फिर उसको एनालाइज करके we start preparing. In the initial stages when this happened, pandemic happened, we were not prepared, we were not knowing, we didn't have resources, there was no no COVID protocol, there was no COVID cure centers, nothing was, we were all in dark. और immediately इसीलिए आपको शुरू में पूरा लॉकडाउन कराया गया था. In the meantime, the country prepared for this thing. Of course, there were many lapses also. We went wrong somewhere, but yes, ultimately we came out, and now the need is that we have understood, but now the need is that everybody has to take control. Everybody has to be vigilant. Mask पहनिए जो हम लोग बार-बार बोल रहे हैं. Okay, so just try to understand this in that context also. I'll be just referring, maybe some of you may be able to understand it better and realize it better. Okay, now अभी पांडा साहब ने आपको बताया कि डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट में 2005 में क्या होता है. I'll just give you a small this thing कि एक होती है इमरजेंसी, एक होता है डिजास्टर और मेजर इमरजेंसी, और एक होता है डिजास्टर. So emergency को क्या कहते हैं? Emergency होती है situation which presents a threat to safety of people, environment and property. Major emergency उसका एक magnified way होता है. Disaster क्या होता है? Disaster होता है something disrupting normal life, resulting into chaos. See, understand this. Chaotic situation, nobody knows what to do. Loss of lives, this is very important. Properties, degradation of environment. I will come to this again once more. Requiring large-scale rescue, evacuation, and relief efforts to recovery and business continuity. जैसे इन्होंने बोला था pre-disaster, then the actual disaster takes place, and then the post-recovery. उसके बाद 3 stages में उन्होंने बताया था. अभी DM Act के हिसाब से 2005 के हिसाब से what is a disaster? See, this was the BHN platform which I said we lost, and there were around 300 people there, and people had to jump into the sea, and we lost 22 lives. There were people who were there in the sea for 2 days. They were taken out by helicopters that time. You can understand this happened at around 4:30 p.m. On that day, and when Bombay also was reeling under rains that day. So now disaster means a catastrophe, mishap, calamity, grave occurrence in any area arising from natural or man-made. We have already discussed this. Previous speakers have thrown light on this, which results in loss of life, human suffering. इसमें जो important चीज है, and is of such a nature or magnitude. Now see the escalation, as to be beyond the coping capacity of the community of the affected area. That means we do not even have the resources That is why we say this is a pandemic. This is what is happening. We do not have the resources right now. Neither we as a country, neither we as a society, neither the international community. Okay, so just a minute. I've lost my presentation. I think something went wrong. Just a minute, please bear with me. Okay. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What exactly, how the ONGC or we people actually cope? This is a 3-tier system which we have done. One is the emergency response plan, which is a very specific plan made for specific to the site where we are working. Like I said, there are many such platforms. A Tapti platform where I worked, a BHN platform where I worked. So emergency response is very specific to that particular platform. Let us say in case there is if I have to prepare an emergency response for IT college, I will be knowing IT college का exit जो है routes कहाँ पे है, कहाँ से लोग बाहर निकल सकते हैं. Okay, so Invertis University का जो emergency response plan होगा वो एक अलग होगा. हाँ, उसके बीच में जो components होंगे वो almost same होंगे because you have a lab, they have a lab. Let us say they have a chemistry department. Okay. You have various things which actually pose a hazard. They also have different college. The second college also has a same thing. So emergency response plan is very specific to that particular thing because they are having different kind of equipments, different kind of living quarter, different places where the helicopter is going to land, different kind of wells, etc. And second is the regional contingency plan. Now, what is the regional contingency plan? Regional contingency plan is, suppose my platform is not able to respond and cope up with that particular emergency, then this information is being shared already with my base people when the emergency is going on, so that they will come into action. They will try to mobilize more resources from ONGC's other assets as well, and also neighboring industries like Reliance, like Indian Oil, like Bharat Petroleum, Hindustan Petroleum, and all the chemical industries which are there, so that I get a help. More helicopters from there. Navy will be present to service. Maharashtra government will be present to service. Gujarat government will be present to service. Now, in case regional contingency plan also is not enough to solve this problem, then it will be corporate disaster management plan, which means my Delhi office, my Dehradun office will come into action immediately. They have already come into action. They are watching it. But action, right now, the first responder was regional contingency plan was Bombay. The senior most person in Bombay. And then when it transfers there, then my CMD, my board of director will come into action. And suppose even they are not able to take control, then who is going to come? See, emergency response plan, regional contingency plan, corporate disaster management plan, then CMP, Ministry of Petroleum will come into action. And then National Crisis Management Team committee chaired by cabinet secretary reporting to prime minister. Everybody will start. You can see this Mr. Panda had already said this in context of SDC, State Disaster Management Committee, and National Disaster Management Committee. So try to see if in case this emergency, on-site emergency is not being responded well, it is going to magnify, take a bigger shape, become a corporate and a corporate disaster management plan will be activated, and it will become really a big problem for everybody and will probably involve a large number of resources and large number of people also. And we have a separate oil spill response plan. As you know, there was an oil spill in Macondo incident in Gulf of Mexico a long time back, and one company, the British Gas, they almost lost their $80 billion in cleaning that spill. So now this slide already actually Dr. Panda has already shared it with you. When disaster management process, it is basically first thing is you try to prevent it, think it, what can go wrong, what if, and mobilize all the resources, then preparedness, the training of the people is very important. Then the event happens, and then this is the response. Now, this is where actually we are right now in pandemic. If you see, I was just analyzing, in case of Corona, we are already doing all this together right now. It has extended almost more than 1 year now. We are still thinking of how to prevent it, prepare it. The event is ongoing. We are giving our own response, treating people. Some of the people are, some of the persons are getting now okay, and then recovery is happening. And then after recovery again, there are cases when people are not able to come out of it. Some people are again falling. So this is an ongoing process. This is a very special case. Otherwise, it comes in series. This happens, and then this happens, then the event happens, then the response, and then the recovery. But in case of pandemic, everything is happening at the same time. So now, suppose there is these risks, as I said. I will be specifically talking about how we do it in ONGC, and how I will be relating it also with Corona in particular. See, if there is a hazard, the best thing is you eliminate it straight. That means try to find out, is there a need? If not, then don't do it. आपको हम यही बार बार बोल रहे हैं ना, क्या बाहर से, घर से बाहर जाने की नीड है? अगर नहीं है तो छोड़िए, मत जाइए. अगर आप जाएंगे ही नहीं तो किसी से मिलेंगे ही नहीं. मिलेंगे नहीं तो कोरोना कहाँ से हो जाएगा? अगर आप घर में अपने वेंडर्स को बुला रहे हैं, उनको भी कम करिए. Don't try to get lot number of people. Don't interact with them. So elimination is the first thing which should be done. Then substitute it. Substitute means procedures change कर दीजिए, लोकेशन चेंज कर दीजिए. जैसे प्रोसीजर्स लोकेशन में हमने क्या किया, वी आर डूइंग द ऑनलाइन क्लासेस. मैं घर से कर रहा हूं, अभी आप लोग घर से अटेंड कर रहे हैं. वेरी गुड. चेंज ऑफ प्रोसेस कर दीजिए, इक्विपमेंट को चेंज कर दीजिए. That is what we do in offshore. If we find a risk, if it is hazardous, I will do all this. You find out an alternate way of doing it, which actually bypasses the risk, bypasses the problem completely. And then engineering control. Engineering control में क्या होता है? जैसे you install a lot of barriers. I think Dr. Sonika Bhatia will be talking about this when she's going to take up this chemical disasters. Installation of process controls. अगर in case कोई एक equipment चल रहा है और equipment heat up हो रहा है, so एक temperature के बाद equipment अपने आप shutdown में चला जाएगा, right? Installation of alarms. आपको अगर particular parameter अगर जैसे ही exceed कर जाएगा, आपको बताया जाएगा और आपको ह्यूमन इंटरफेस दिया जाएगा कि आप खुद बंद कर लीजिए. आप खुद नहीं बंद करेंगे, सपोज आप सो गए या आपको नहीं समझ में आया, तो ऑटोमेटिकली दैट इक्विपमेंट विल गो इनटू शटडाउन. ओके. कई बार आपके होता है ना, इसमें आपके आई थिंक इट माइट हैव हैपेंड इन योर मोबाइल हीट अप हो जाता है और उसके बाद भी आप नहीं उसको कुछ करते तो अपने आप वो शटडाउन में चला जाता है, कट ऑफ हो जाता है. So automation is also one way of engineering controls, and then the material selection. Okay, now administrative control. What is an administrative? Administrative control is basically you have made a standard operating procedure for doing a particular job. Okay, you will have to do it like this. Otherwise, जैसे अब आप लोग के अभी स्कूल कॉलेज खुल रहे हैं, there is a standard operating procedure which will be followed by everything. Now that has been drawn up with the objective so that जितना भी आपके risk हैं.
Bhatia sir.
Yes sir.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. I request you to kindly keep it little shorter as we are running behind. Okay,
I'll just take 5 minutes and conclude. Okay.
Okay,
now,
okay, thank you, sir.
Protective equipment. In case of COVID, personal protective equipment is basically the mask which you have, the gloves which you are taking it. Okay. So these are all, and then control and hours of working at rest. ये हम लोगों ने वहाँ पे किया हुआ है. Training and competence, we are doing it. Okay. Now, so these are more effective and less effective. Best way to manage a hazard is eliminate it. And substitute, engineering control, administrative, and the least effective is PP. PP is the last thing you have to do. You have to, when there is no other way, but you have to go out, you have to wear the mask. Simple as that. But the best way is you don't go out immediately. Okay. Now, see, as I said, there are a lot of hazards there. So the kind of training what we do is this is a mandatory safety training, helicopter under escape training. Suppose helicopter, you are traveling in ditches into the sea. So these are the simulator trainings. We make people dive into these ponds. These are in Bombay. Okay, the water is also like that only. You have to come out of this, and this overturns and then takes a 180-degree turn also. And this is a lifeboat. You have to launch this lifeboat, you have to take it to the sea so that in case it is required, you can escape from the platform. So, one thing just I would like to, with these trainings, when we are giving to people, these are all simulator-based trainings. Like you can see here, this is a small emergency response team. The event happens and we create those scenarios. Like a helicopter is coming, helicopter is going to ask you, okay, I am facing oil leakage and I want an emergency landing. Now that entire scenario is built up and then recreated. The team has to respond to that, and you can see what amount of panic sets in the people who are there, who are not in charge of handling this emergency, and the other people who are in the control room and handling. Each one of these is having a specific task, is a role. All these are documented, and these people are told to are made to practice this again and again with a lot of complications. It is not just a helicopter. A helicopter is going to land and suddenly there will be any in a secondary emergency which will be played. Like they will get a message that a person is also falling into the sea. And along with that, in parallel, a gas leakage has occurred, and then that gas leakage converts into a fire. So you can understand these people have to prioritize how to set in these things. And the main thing what goes into this, I won't be able to take these slides, is there is a hierarchy of actions. First thing is most important is that you have to save life. And then the second thing is you have to save the environment. That means in case of a spill, you have to attend to that first. And last thing is that you have to worry about the platform, about the equipments, about ONGC's assets. So all these actions, all these things, and ultimately people who are attending this, who are made to practice this, are judged in this simulator training as per this hierarchy. Number one, save life. Number two, environment. Number three, this thing. But most of it, what we find is people do not give any importance to the life. They start protecting ONGC's environment, ONGC's assets. So on these things, we give a lot of feedback to people, actually what mistake they do, a lot of confusion we create in these scenarios. I will just show you these slides again. You can see this. Each one of them is managing this. Absolutely, it is a pin drop silence when the emergency is coming. This is a 15 minutes setup which we create. And everybody does his job. It is like a Formula One facing this car racing, where actually each one of them does his job and comes out of it. The entire team comes as a winner. In case anybody fails to do his job, because see, you have to immediately start and find out the escalation potential as well. So the time does not permit me. Shilke has already given me a warning. And I will say thanks to everybody. And hopefully next time when we do this, I'll get more time and I'll be able to share my experience and exactly what kind of thing we notice. So thank you, everybody, for a patient listening. And if there are any questions, I can take it.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. It was really enlightening, and thank you very much. Due to crunch of time, I would now move ahead with our next speaker, Dr. Dhawan from FRI. Dr. Dhawan has worked as a scientist in silviculture and forest management division of Forest Research Institute, Dehradun. For the last 35 years, he has rich experience in forest management and silviculture, especially forest fire management. Post retirement, presently he is working as a consultant in the FRI and regular faculty of forestry in Forest Research Institute deemed to be university, and guest faculty in many universities of forestry. Now sir will be talking about forest fire and disaster risk reduction. Sir, over to you for your talk. please.
Thank you, Shilpi. Thank you for a nice introduction. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. I am very thankful to Dr. Charles, Chairman of Isabella College, Dr. Sonika Bhatia, and my colleague Dr. A.K. Gupta ji, Dr. Panda ji, and Ms. Shilki from NIDM. First of all, I'm sharing my presentation.
Yes, sir, you have the permission.
Yeah, thank you. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My today's presentation topic is forest fire and disaster risk reduction. Actually, forest fire is also a kind of man-made disaster in India. In other countries, like in Western countries or Australia, it may not be man-made disasters, but as far as India is concerned, it is man-made, because man is responsible for causing the forest fire in the forest of India. As far as the other countries are concerned, the lightning is the main causal factor of the forest fire. The others could be 5% persons or the men are responsible. Around 50% of the forest area of India, forest area is prone to forest fire. As far as the Forest of India report is concerned, that Indian forest having about 50% of the forest fire is area that is prone to forest fire. As far as the forest fire report is concerned, number of incidences of forest fire are now increasing day by day, just because of increasing of temperature. If we see the past record of change of temperature of Earth, so we have noticed, Mr. Ravindranath has done studies the impact of change of climate on forest of India. So his studies told us that during the last 100 years, the temperature of Earth is increased by 1 degree Celsius. And this 1 degree increase of temperature is responsible for, responsible for the dryness of the weather, especially in the tropical countries, in the tropical areas where the tropical forest is there. So they are more, area, they are more prone to forest fire. But in this year also, we have seen the forest fire happen in October. You will be very surprised that the forest fire happening in the winter season, in this winter season, just because of the before winter there was no rains, rainfall in say in September month and in October months. So there was a lot of dryness on the forest floors. So that dryness is responsible for the forest fire. As far as the other countries are concerned, we have seen a recent Californian forest fire burned 3.3 million acre of area, claimed 31 lives and destroyed more than 9,200 structures. The houses were damaged due to forest fire, because the habitation of the people, they built their houses just near forest. You might have seen here also in India, such conditions are now increasing, that the people are like to live just near the forest, just to want that we should get the pure environment, and sometimes it is happening. As far as the causes of forest fire in India is concerned, in India, forest fire are caused by man-made 95%. Only 5% is happening due to natural causes like lightning and rolling of stones from the high mountain areas, and rubbing of sometimes rubbing of bamboos also make fires. Due to intentional burning of forest floor by villagers to get fresh grass, mushrooms, clearing of land. This is the most alarming situation, especially in the Himalayan regions, when the people they burned the old grass to get the new grass during the rainy seasons, because they burned the old grass in the summer months, and to get the new flush of grass, because new grass is very palatable for their cattle. So they burn the old grass. Sometimes they go inside the forest to collect the mushrooms and other anti-FPs, like you might have seen in many areas of tropical forest. Kendu. Kendu is such a tree species from where we get the bidi patta. It is called bidi patta. So people, what they do, that they burn the ground of the tendu trees, and they lit fire under beneath the this tendu trees, so that the tendu areas is cleared, and they get the tendu leaves, and also they collect the mawa flowers. You know that the mawa flowers, the many tribal people, they use mawa flowers for making liquor for them. So they collect the flowers and they burn the ground of the trees where these mawa trees are there, to clear the ground. After clearing the ground, they collect the flowers at the ground, so they burn the ground. So during burning, what is happening, that sometimes fire may happen in dense forest area also, by negligency of the tribal people or the villagers. They go and collect these things like honeys and mova flowers, tendu leaves, etc. These are the anti-appease collection made by people. Sometimes people throw bidi cigarette stuff in the forest area, and wherever the dry leaves and the dry grasses are there, so they catch fire immediately when the people go inside. And sometimes people or the travelers, they go inside and make cooking, etc. They make some kinds of camps inside the forest, and during cooking negligency, they make fires. Then if we see the classification of forest fire, there are three kinds of fires are there. Forest fires are there in India. One is the ground fire. The ground, in case of ground fire, you will only see the smokes that comes out from the forest floor. You will not see any kind of fire on the surface of the forest. And just why it is happening, that you only see only the smoke is visible on the forest floor. It is just happening just because the leaf litter, it is found inside the upper soil surface, is burned when the dry conditions prevails, and somebody throw bidi cigarette stuff, or somebody lit fire. So the fire happen on the ground only, and only the this litter is burned. Second kind of fire is, that is surface fire. The fire is visible on the surface of the forest floor. You will see that the fire may damage all the seedlings and the small plants on the forest surface. And third kind of fire is crown fire. It is very dangerous kind of fire, because it is also called as wildfire. Whenever the surface fire occurred, then if the wind is prevail at a very high speed, and it is a mountain area, then the surface fire may turn into crown fire. So we have three kind of forest fire in India. As far as the role of forest fire is concerns, We are only thinking that forest fire is disasters for us, but sometimes it is a good servant for us, because somewhere it is very favorable for the development of ecology of the forest. Actually, forest fire, it is not forest fire is not a new subject. Forest fire happened since the time immemorials. In the past, the fire was happened naturally also, but sometimes it is useful also, because low intensity fire is vital for the forest ecosystem. It is favorable for the regeneration of certain species like teak and the pines. Pine seeds are lying inside the pine cones. You might have seen the pine cones in the Himalayan regions. So whenever the dry situation comes due to burning of the fire, in presence of the fire, the temperature rises, uh, and it is favorable for busting the cones. Whenever the cones burst, the seeds comes out from the cones and they regenerate on the ground. Similarly, in case of the teak, you might have heard about the teak. Teak is valuable timber in India. It is a very high price timber. So its seeds are very hard coated. So whenever the fire occurs, the seed is scarified and the hard coat is softened due to fire, and the teak start regenerating in the area. So sometimes it is helpful, but the fire should be low intensity fire. It should not be very high intensity fire or the wildfire. Otherwise, all the seeds and other plantable material may burn. But the low fire is helpful. Sometimes the fire helpful in removal of the weeds, kills insects and disease of the forest floor, clean the forest floor of debris. Whatever debris is there in the forest floor, that is burned, and forest is clean. The forest floor is clean due to fire. Opens it up for sunlight for establishment of regeneration. Sometimes for establishment of regeneration like sal and teak, uh, uh, light is required. If light is not on the floor, the regeneration may not be established. So, for establishment of regeneration, it opens the sunlight, nourishes the soil, allows established tree to grow stronger and healthier. Sometimes low fire is, improve the soil nutrients which are found inside the soil, and it may increase the growth of the trees. Clears heavy bush, leaving room for new grasses, herbs, shrubs that provide food and habitat for many wild animals species. You might have seen in some kind of video footage, or you might have seen in newspaper, that it is a part of the wildlife management, that the fire is intentionally uh, happen, or it is burned, the control burned by the people, the wildlife managers, so that the new grasses that comes during the rainy season will be favorable, will be highly palatable for the wild animals. So wild animal attract to the new, always attract to the new grasses. The wild animal, antelopes like deer, which feeds on the grasses, they come near to the new grasses. So it is a part of the wildlife management, that the wildlife managers, they intentionally burn the old grass to get the new grass, so that maximum wild animal may attract towards that places. So when the grass eater animals take the new grass, then after that, the tigers and others, the carnivores, they also come behind the grass eater animals. So that is a part of wildlife management. So how the forest fire is a good servant as far as the development of certain forest ecosystem is concerned. Now, as far as we talk about the forest fire disasters. How the forest fire is a disasters? Actually, this is man-made disasters. Already types of disasters already discussed by Dr. Panda and Mr. Arvind Bhatia, what kind of disasters are there in India. So forest fire is one of the disasters. It can be called as man-made disaster in India. So as far as this impact of forest fire is concerned, the wild and urban face areas, the threats to life and the properties are, as I told you, that people now want to live just near the forest. So sometimes they may lose their habitation and life and properties due to whenever the fire occurs. And there are chances of increasing day by day the incidence of the forest fire. It will not be decreased because the earth's temperature is keeping rising. So we have to make our future, that how we will keep ourselves away from these kind of disasters. It is very important. Now as for the damage of the standing trees are concerned, so there are some trees with which are withstand to fire, which can tolerate the fire. Like pine is such a tree species which can comes out from the fire. After fire, then the fire happened, so it comes out after the fire. And in this photographs you will see that this is a pine forest. You will see that after burning of the pine forest, the again the green leaves are coming out. So it is a kind of religions tree species. Under fire it comes out after the fire. But if you see the oak tree on the right hand side of your screen, that is oak one. It is mostly very useful tree species in the Himalayan regions. So there are many species of oaks in Himalayas. So this is one of the species. It is called as Quercus leucotrichophora or banj oak. And it is very valuable tree for the villagers and the communities. But when the fire catches it, so it can't withstand fires. But some trees withstand, and they are tolerant to the fire. If you see the damages caused by the fire, damage to small tree and the poles by the forest fire, all the regeneration is damaged. And damage to the seed bank. What is seed bank? The seed bank is nothing but whenever the seed fall on the ground, so due to falling of the seeds, the it is happening that the seeds are burnt due to fire. And if the wildfire occurred, the wildfire is very much damage to the soil surface also, because of the removal of the vegetation from the surface of the forest. The soil is very prone to soil erosion. So soil erosion may takes place if there is no vegetation on the ground. Then the ground may be prone to soil erosion. So soil erosion happened whenever there is clearance of ground due to occurrence of the forest fire. Then damage to productive power of forest. You see that the vegetation is cleared and damaged by all the trees are damaged, and now it is turning into ash. And you see that condition of the uh, uh, area. And damage to wild animals, large mammals like tiger, leopard, elephant, bisons, they run away during fast runaway during the wildfire. But the loss of food and wildlife habitat due to fire increases and incidence of the man-animal conflicts. Man-animal conflicts are increased due to whenever the fire happened, the wild animals they come close, they want shelter uh, when the fire happened in forest. So the wild animal like leopard, elephants, and tigers, they come out from the forest and they want to live near habitation area. So whenever there is chance of increasing of the man animal conflicts during forest fire. Bird nests destroy and their young ones are killed. Then damage to recreation and scenic value of landscape. Earlier the landscape was full of vegetation, and all the landscape was very scenic panoramic view was there, but now after forest fire you see that is damage due to fire. Now if you see the fire environment, so there are three factors which are responsible for inducing the fire. uh, these variables are fuel, oxygen and heat. If we check one of the one of the factors, then the fire will check. uh, Actually in this the hazardous material is fuel. You already learn about most about the what is hazard, the hazardous material. The hazardous materials are the dried leaves, litters, which lie on the forest surface. So fuel is a type hazardous material that is lying on the forest surface. So if we remove the fuel from the forest, it will be a kind of our preparedness, that if before onset of the fire season we should try to minimize the fuel. If we are successful in minimizing the fuel, then the fire will not happen in the area. But we can't check the oxygen and heat or air and heat. It is beyond our limits, that we can't control the environmental factors or the weather or the climatic factors, but we can check the fuel. This is a map which is prepared by Forest Service of India, based on the collection of past 10 years data, which gives the information about the vulnerability of district which are highly risk prone district, or moderately vulnerable district, and less vulnerable district. There are three colors in the map. The red one is highly vulnerable one, and green is moderately vulnerable one, and yellow is less vulnerable one. So we see that most of the area in northeastern states, in center of the Madhya Pradesh, Bastar area, and Himalayan regions like Shivalik areas and the lower Himalayan belts are very prone to forest fires. The methods and technique to control the fire in India, as we have seen in case of disasters management, that preparedness, mitigation and response, these are the three factors which are the management aspects of the disasters. So like disasters management, we should also manage the forest fire. For management of the forest fire, two or three things are required. One is the management, is the preparedness before onset of the forest fire seasons. So we should prepare to combat any kind of fire that may happen in the fire seasons. So before fire season, we should try to manage the things. And second is mitigation. When the fire occurred, we have to check the fire. So what were the techniques of checking of the fire? Then third is response, that how the fire is response to the community, to the what is the loss of the biodiversity. So that comes under response. As far as the preparedness or the pre-fire management strategy is concerned, this strategies starts before onset of the fire season, during the month of nowadays this is the real time to make the strategy of preparedness. First is approval of district management plan. District magistrates or the other multidisciplinary departments may come together, like NDRF, SDMA, uh, DDMA. So they come together and sit and they make the forest fire disaster management plan, that how we control the what would be the planning of control of the forest fire if fire is happening, and where we should what are the vulnerable places where should ready for combating the fire. Then awareness generation and the program, capacity building program. This is the photographs. It shows that how the people are the motivator is engaged for awareing the people that they should what kind of procedure they should apply, before that the fire may not happen in the area.
Sir,
Then this is
hello?
again, yes.
धवन सर, सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट, थोड़ा सा लेट चल रहे हैं आज और हमें अभी एक्टिविटीज भी ऑर्गेनाइज कराने हैं, अगर थोड़ा सा आप इसको शॉर्ट में करें तो
शॉर्टकट कर
प्लीज.
देता हूँ. I am cutting now.
Thank you, sir.
Now the signboards are erected somewhere on the roadside, in the forest area, in the villagers area, in the village sides, so that the fire, the people may not lit fire. Then this is another kind of preparedness, that is control burning process. During the control burning process, all the fuel and the dried materials is burned, so the fire may not happen. And the fire lines are prepared. Fire lines should be cleared enough. This is a kind of one fire line which is cleared by control burning process. Then this is another photograph. It shows the control burning process is going on. Control burning is nothing but it is suppression of the fuel, suppression of the hazard materials. Then we in the forest area there are kinds of lookout towers are there. These are useful for the detection of the fire, and the watchman may climb on the top of the story of the fire or of the tower, and it informs to the crew member that they should go and douse the fire where the smoke is coming up. Then another method, that is detection method, that we are now, most of the people and most of the state forest departments are using, that is real-time monitoring of fire through satellite-based remote sensing. This methodology was developed by the Forest Service of India. The satellite gives signal to National Remote Sensing Hyderabad. From there, the National Remote Sensing Hyderabad sends signal to Forest Service of India Dehradun, and from there the FSI gives signal to divisional forest officer or the range officer of the respective states that such and such place is burning in your area, so you should ready to compact that for dousing of the fire in that particular area. And sometimes there are nodal officers in the in every state forest department, which who is managing the forest fire of the state. So sometimes the information pass on to SFD nodal officers, and actually this is remote sensing based information we are getting. Even you can also register yourselves of getting the burning spots of your states or your district. Like if you go to Forest Service of India website and you registered yourselves, you get the mobile messages in your messages in your mobile that such and such place in your district is burning. Establishment of master control rooms in the states. Somewhere many of the forest department, state forest department are having these kind of master control rooms, which controls the which keep the information of the vulnerable areas of each day, that which day will be more which day will be more vulnerable, so that the people may get ready to combat any kind of forest fire happening. So it has four kind of colors it maintain. The dark green color, the fire may at the low tendency, medium, high, and extreme. During extreme conditions, all the crew members and the firefighting teams, they are ready to combat any kind of fires in the highly vulnerable area. Then as I told you that we can reduce the fire hazards. We it is our hand that we can control the fuel from the forest, because this kind of fuel is hazardous material of fire. So how we can use this uh, fuel in biomass, in fuel biomass in generating energy. This kind of fuel biomass can be converted into energy. So the people are collecting the pine needles from the Himalayan regions. This is a kind of fuel material, collection of the needles. And for for because this has to be burned for generating energy. Using the biomass or the pine needles for making energy or for making for making electricity, it is necessary that we should use the pine needles for burning. For burning pine needles burn immediately, but if we use the briquettes of the pine needles, so briquettes are briquettes give high calorific values of energy, and also they burn very slow. So we use briquettes which are made up of from the pine needles. So briquettes are used in making the biogas. So this kind of biogas is used for thermal power, for burning the for generating the electricity. So it's a biodigester gasification, pro-community energy drive, biogas used as fuel and generate electricity. 100 kV power station required 4,500 kg pine needles per day for 24 hours. But we have to collect such quantity of pine needles, per day, 4,500 kg pine needles per day for 24 hours for generating electricity. Avanti is such a NGOs which is now working in generating electricity in Uttarakhand villages. It is working in the Kumaon area like Almora and Pithoragarh area. So they are giving some kind wages to the villagers for collections of pine needles per day. About 35 or 40 rupees it gives to village people. So they collect pine needles and it generates the electricity for state government. So after burning of the briquettes, the burned material can be used for making the composting. The organic compost is made from the burning material of the pine needles. Then mitigation method tactics, that was about the preparedness when the fire happened. So what were the mitigation methods? The logistic requirements are manpower, hand tools, firefighting tools, vehicles, fire, proof cloths, gloves, drinking water. These should be ready at the time of fire seasons. Then methods are there. These are the tools which are developed by FRI. There are racks, two types of racks. One is nail and peg type rack. The racks are used to clear the fire lines or to clear the fuels from the burning. The burning fuels are cleared. Then we have fire booms which beat the fire. With the help, these equipments are tied with the adjustable rod, and adjustable rod is a stretchable kind of rod. We can increase its length or decrease the length as per the need of the field. Then we have patal for cutting the bushes, and torch, we have water bottle and toolkit bag. All these equipments can be kept inside toolkit bag, which is backpack. Anybody can take all these backpack on his back. Then this is how this is a kind of line method, that when we cut the fire, when we cut the fuel in a line to check the fire. Then another is restricting fire in containment area. It is called as area method, that how we contain the fire in an area with the help of the racks, as I discussed in my previous slides, that these racks are used for containment, for making the containment area, so that the fire is restricted, should be restricted in a particular area. It should not be come out from that particular area. This is how the crew member is are doing. Then backfiring, when it is a very dangerous kind of fire when the ground fire occurred. So when cutting methods and area method or the line method is not working, then what should we do? That how we control the wildfire? If the fire is happening beyond our control, so we have to sacrifice some area for the fire. We lit fire against the fire. So in between the fire, in between the fire and backfire area, in between that particular area, the fuel is burned, and whenever the fuel is burned, the fire will stop. So this is a kind of backfiring process which we do when the wildfire occurred. How the people, the crew member is combating the fire. They're cutting the bushes on the way, clearing land area, using waterborne tankers for extinguish fire. Actually, these waterborne tanker we can't use in Himalayan regions in the mountain area, but in the plain area like in Madhya Pradesh and others, Rajasthan area, we can use. The paragliding, gliders are, gliders can be used. Jumping from the aircraft. The aircraft is used to douse the fire. Throwing water. Now, what would be the recommendation of the forest fire? How we can more so that we can control the forest fire in more efficient way? What is the management tactics? Creation of forest fire research center in each state collaborated with NRSC, FRI, and FSI. So it is very necessary. Still, we don't have any research center in these institutes. So it is necessary that the government should create such research centers in which a lot of development research activities should be going on. Then massive awareness of rural masses on importance of forest ecosystem and services, incentive to villagers in forest fire control. It is necessary that we should aware people about the forest ecosystem and services, what kind of services we are getting from the forest ecosystem. Then assessment of loss in terms of economics of ecosystem services and vulnerability of forest fires. We don't have now the valuation of the loss, economic loss due to forest fires. It is very necessary that we should assess the economic loss due to forest fire. Biodiversity loss, economic loss, still we are lacking. Preparation of fire danger rating models for each states. It is necessary that we should prepare the models for each states, or say we can prepare the models for each district also. The strengthening of communication and monitoring system. It is very necessary that communication system should be strengthened, or it should be improved, or monitoring system should be improved. Improving transport and helicopter facilities. We are still lacking the facilities of helicopter and aircrafts. We are not using a helicopter and aircraft, but sometimes we can use helicopter also. Providing facility of water equipment, vehicles, tools, and protection kits for the crew members. Piloting study for mitigation forest fire. Then somewhere we should start the experimental study or piloting study that how we mitigate the forest fire. A study on effect of fire on climate change. We don't know what is the impact of forest fire on climate change. We should do study on this aspect. Capacity building and trainings of forest department and other stakeholders. There are many stakeholders. Now we are using the paramilitary forces persons for uh, for extinguishing the fire or for combating the fires. So in Uttarakhand we have used this ITBP persons, BSF persons even. So these persons should be trained enough that how we mitigate and what should be done during happening the forest fire. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, Dhawan sir, for your amazing presentation. You enlightened us about anthropogenic cause of forest fires, types of fires, and the triangle of fire. After that, you talked about the mitigation measures that we use to reduce the fire risks as well. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Bhatia, Sonika Bhatia ma'am, IT College Program Coordinator for today's program, to summarize this today's technical session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Silky, for a smooth facilitation of all the three technical sessions. I would like to summarize the three technical sessions before we proceed into the activity sessions. The first technical session was taken by Shri Panda. It was an information-packed session. In fact, basically, there were two sessions. The first session which he took was on the COVID-19 scenario, the current facts and figures. He stressed upon the importance of lockdown and benefits of home quarantine. He shared the environmental gains due to the lockdown, and then talked about the way forward, stressing upon help stop spreading rumors and fight the disease, not the patients. The second presentation which he made was basically on the basic terminology like hazards, vulnerability, and disasters. He highlighted the Prime Minister's 10-point agenda, the institutional framework, the role of various organizations like NEC, NDMA, SDMA, DDMA, NIDM, NDRF, the academia, etc., various nodal ministries which are involved in disaster management. Finally, he discussed the strategic emergency management plan. He spoke about the Hugo framework, and he shared the 7 targets to achieve by 2030. Then he spoke about the 10 goals of sustainable development, basics of NDMP 2016. And finally ended that if you fail to prepare, you are prepared to fail. The second technical session was taken by Mr. Arvind Bhatia from ONGC Academy, wherein details of hazards specific to ONGC operations in Western and Eastern offshore were covered. Emergency response plans and corporate disaster management plans were discovered. In the third technical session on forest fires and the risk reduction, Mr. V.K. Dhawan from Forest Research Institute, Dehradun, shared information on common causes of forest fires in India, types of fires, the fire triangle, the fire dowsing mechanism, study of forest fire loss assessment, and need of capacity building trainings, and importance of fire danger rating models for each state was also showcased. With this, we come to the end of the technical sessions, and now we enter into the student activity session. This session has been specifically kept to encourage student participation and facilitate higher levels of learning about disaster risk reduction in our students. I now invite Dr. Anima Jamwal, Assistant Professor, Department of Home Science and Coordinator of Student Activity Session, to please take over.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhatia. So now we are all set for the student activity session. Before starting the session, I would like to welcome our esteemed judges for the competitions and our dear participants. Thank you, dear participants, for such an overwhelming response to the competitions, and thank you so much, judges, for all your time and support. So the first competition for the students was poetry competition. Thank you, Ms. Samya. So here comes the competitions for the students. The first competition was poetry competition. The theme for the poetry competition was awareness about disaster preparedness or disaster risk reduction. We received beautiful poems in both English and Hindi. The judges for the competition were, for English poems, Dr. V. Prakash, Principal, Isabel Thoburn College, and Dr. Stuti Khare, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Isabella Thoburn College. And for the Hindi poems, the judges were Dr. Neetu Sharma, Associate Professor, Department of Hindi, Isabella Thoburn College, and Dr. Lajo Kapoor, Study Hall School. The criteria for judgment was for English poem, creativity or originality, relevance to the theme, coherence of form and structure, choice of words, clarity of imagery, and language. For Hindi, the criteria was Vishay Vastu, Bhav Abhivyakti, Shaili, Bhasha, or Kul Prabhav. Here are some of the poems which have been selected to be evaluated in the final round. Here I must mention it that these are not the final winners, but the selected poems. Ma'am Samya, can we start?
When the nature shows its wrath, don't be afraid. Let's join hands and face it. When the sea tears apart and its flood, run to the higher places. Avoid flash flood areas. Let's join hands and be calm. When the earth drifts apart and its earthquake, check for injuries. Stay out of damaged buildings. Let's join hands and be immobile. When the wind shows its strength and its cyclones, turn off all appliances, keep the emergency kit ready. Let's join hands and be strong. When the trees shows its wildness and its wildfire, obey the laws, keep flammable objects away from fire. Let's join hands and be cultivated. Nature encloses millions of treasures. Humans be the wanderer of treasures, connecting together, loving and being prepared. Let's make this world a disaster-free place. Let's help, care, aware the humanity.
Poem Duty for Nature. Trees are being cut, plants flouted, killing our planet, ornaments flouted, full of polythene, plastic bags, wooden and iron, parts from my heart. You spoiled, you made me dark, your weight is more than needs, is helping the environment in degrading. Why don't you hear my voice? When you will understand, the earth is yours. It's your duty to glorify nature's beauty. It's time to join hands. It's time to save the land. Sow a seed, plant a tree, care for nature, make it beautiful for your future. Thank you.
खबर नहीं है इंसान को पलती डोल रही है, अपनी इच्छाएं पूरी करने को जहर हवा में घोल रहे हैं। प्रकृति हमेशा सह जाती है, पर जब जब अति हो जाती है, प्राकृतिक आपदाएं आती हैं, शायद सब यह भूल रहे हैं। फुर्सत में तुम सोचो कुछ पल, कितना कुछ हम गवा चुके हैं। शुद्ध वायु की कमी हो गई, हम जिंदगी मौत के बीच झूल रहे हैं। सोच विचार कर साथ में मिलकर प्रकृति को अपनी हमें बचाना। चलो करें शुरुआत वृक्षों से, वृक्ष प्रकृति का अहम खजाना।
Hit the cycle of cloud to let my words speak loud. Calamity enacts a disastrous approach, surrounding us like a crescent porch. Let's uprise you a tale of a beautiful vale, always cheer and joy, having only comrades, no one is a foe. Boom, squash, splash, an evil day, inundating the river and flinging people up, beseeching the Lord to save us from nature's ward. Almighty granted them normal elevation, they made remedy for extremity situation, identifying, assessing and reducing disaster causation, understanding the need to manage risk, not just disaster, signifying prevention and resilience to master. If in a story people can manage risk, we as a real character have more frisk. Along with prevention and mitigation, preparedness arrives and encouraging disaster risk reduction in whole world tribes. Thank you.
My name is Pranti Dwivedi and the topic of my poem is Urgent Urge. I urge for eco-friendly life, manage disasters before they strike. A disaster in no time leads to many persons' demise. To escape such a risk, we have to take an early rise. To avoid human tragedy, adopt mitigation strategy. Taking preventive measures is the best from facing the consequences and the rest. Many are engulfed by the disaster. To protect their lives, we have to take steps faster. Save water, protect earth, the commonly hailed jargon. Healthier than managed ecosystem is the enduring bargain. For disaster risk reduction, keep environment pristine in every use. Otherwise, in the future, by loss of life, we will have to pay the dues. Thank you.
It all started in China, a country close by, making it worst of the times for the world. Oh my, 15 million died in the pandemic with symptoms so basic, basic to I, yet great in power. Terrified is the world from a disease afar. Afar it is not, as you may never know, as to who has carried the germs and who has played the role of a life gambler for the people he will always owe. Owe alike, and one can never compensate. So think before you leave your house and meet anymore. Think once more and do contemplate, as this life is a gift. Cherish it to the core. And don't let the people manipulate and tell you it's gone. Gone? It has not. As I may again warn, take care of yourself and the people around. Love them and make sure they are safe and sound. Because if a strange thing comes out of the blue, be positive that after all this chaos will be a rainbow too. Beware of me. I am a virus named Corona. Beware of me. Your body oxygen to me. Once I get through and through, you will be mine to do. Whoever crossed my path calls me Lieutenant of Thanatos. Beware of me. To save your loved ones, be farthest, nearer you will be. I have the force Majura, making you fall into the arms of death, a fatal ease with the loss of breath. There I stand on each and every door. Be aware of me. If you want to escape me, use sanitizer like a perfume. Wear mask as if it is the last hope. Go out when necessity summons you. Be aware of me.
The topic of my poem is disaster preparedness. One day it will come in the form of earthquake, flood, cyclone, or drought. Take away everything which we very lovingly brought. Family and dear ones will die. Possessions will mix in atmosphere. Just in the blink of an eye, our lives will disappear. Before we get scared, before we dig another grave, let's be aware of causes and effects and do not trap ourselves in disaster's cave. Just nurture your Mother Earth. Do not panic, stay in calm. And if the situation arises, do not forget to sing a psalm. Protect the gifts of God. Cherish the life He gave. Do not run from disasters. Defend yourself from becoming its slave. Thank you.
हाँ अब आवाज आ रही है
Thank you so much. So these were some of the gems. The second competition for students was e-collage art competition. The theme for this competition was lessons learned from COVID-19 pandemic. The judges for this competition were Mrs. Smita Mathur, a visual artist from Mumbai, and Mr. Arvind Bhatia, General Manager Production, Head Emergency Management Training Group, ONGC Academy, Dehradun. And the criteria for judgment was visual appeal, content and clarity, effort, originality, and creativity. We received very vibrant and thoughtful collages. We have selected a few of them to be showcased here and to be sent for the final selection. Here they come. Thank you so much. And now we come to the third and a very exciting activity of this session, JAM, or Just a Minute competition. In this competition, the participant has to speak on the theme without hesitation, repetition, or deviation within a span of 1 minute. The theme for this competition is your contribution in building a disaster resilient neighborhood. The judges for this competition are Mr. Ashish Panda, Faculty, ECDRM Division, National Institute of Disaster Management, New Delhi, and Dr. Sonika Bhatia, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, Isabella Thoburn College. Welcome the judges. Criteria for judgment for this competition are content, clarity of thought, logical organization, delivery, and diction. Respected judges, the participants have been allotted serial number already. Now I will call upon their names according to their serial number to share their thoughts on the given theme. All the participants, please pay attention and respond immediately as your name is called upon. Please adhere to the 1 minute time limit. If you exceed this time limit, it will attract negative marking. You can speak in Hindi or English. So shall we start? The first participant for jam competition is Anshika Singh. Anshika Singh, are you there? Judges, please note that Anshika Singh is absent. The second participant is Shreya Tripathi. Shreya Tripathi. Shreya Tripathi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Speak better. Start speaking. Your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Shreya Tripathi, and I'm going to speaking to you today about the topic which we have given to us. Disaster tolerance is the ability of individual, organizations, and state to adapt and to recover from hazard. Pandemic influenza without composing long-term prospects for development in order to build reliance. A community must develop capability in the following areas: development of social network, creation of health promoting, opportunity to improve the physical and psychological. Disaster reliance is important because it allows better and anticipations of disaster losses. Disaster resilience is not simple or inexpensive. Resilience is made up of 5 pillars: self awareness, mindfulness, self care, positive relationship, and purpose. By strengthening these pillars, we in turn becomes more resilient.
Shreya, are you there? You want to speak more? Shreya, do you want to speak more? Okay, thank you so much. So the next participant is Juhi Agrawal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, start better. Your time starts now.
A very warm good evening to all the respected dignitaries. Here are my views. Though we cannot stop natural disaster, but yeah, we can arm ourselves with knowledge. Since 2020 is not been an easy year for any of us. So, and also the India has to dealt with the various cyclones which were in the last few months. We have seen in the last few months they are Nisarg and
यहाँ तो मीटर होगा ना.
for every solution to for a problem is basically sharing, reaching out to people and
Shreya, your voice is not audible.
This is Juhi, na?
Oh, sorry, Juhi. Yes, Juhi, your voice is not audible. Juhi, are you there?
We proceed to the next one. Let's see in the end, those who have not been able to join, now we can give them time.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Tanishka Saxena. Next is
I was there, ma'am. I'm there. Ma'am, I was speaking.
You are speaking. Who are you?
Ma'am, Juhi, I was speaking.
बेटा तो आपकी आवाज नहीं पहुंच रही थी.
Ma'am, I was speaking. Yes, ma'am. Even my that video cam was also on, but it was not visible maybe. But I was speaking.
Fine. Can you start again?
Yes, yeah. Oh, okay. A very warm good evening to all the respected dignitaries. And here are my views. We cannot stop natural disaster, but yeah, we can arm ourselves with knowledge. Since 2020 is not an easy year for any of us, and also we have seen India dealing with various cyclones in the past few months like Amphan and Nisarg. Every solution to a problem is basically sharing, reaching out to people and guiding them. I, on my behalf, will try my best to reach school kids and their parents and the people living in my society or working in any department to conduct mock drills and to also make emergency plans so that they can be prepared well. Also, one must know the emergency exit of their own such occurrence arises. There is no hustle and bustle, and there is no great panic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Juhi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Tanishka Saxena.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. Your contribution in building a disaster resilient neighborhood. Major requirements of being a disaster resilient neighborhood are ability to anticipate risk, understand and assess risk, prepare to adjust, and use tools to support decision making in the face of uncertainty of future risk. Natural disasters kill on average 40,000 people per year globally. So, what we can do in order to reduce the deaths happening due to the disasters? Just by spreading awareness, education, preparedness, prediction, and warning systems can reduce the disruptive impact of disaster. My contribution in the society is to educate mainly the older and the younger generation about the do's and don'ts when any disaster tends to happen. The head of the society has also approached various disaster management organizations to educate us for the same. We together can do wonders just by understanding our responsibilities and fulfilling the duties assigned to us. Thank you and have a nice day.
Okay, thank you, Tanishka. Sania Ali, serial number 5. Sania Ali, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Should I start?
Yes, beta, your time starts now.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I, Sania Ali, wants to share my views on this. Disaster resilience is the ability of individual communities and organizations and states to adapt to and recover from hazards, shock, and stresses without compromising long-term prospect from development. The core element of disaster resilience are as follows. Firstly, the context, whose resilience is being made, such as social groups, political system, or environmental context or institution. Secondly, the disturbances, what shock sudden events like conflict, disaster, or stresses like long-term resource degradation, urbanization, etc., the group aims to resilient to. Thirdly, the capacity to respond. The ability of the system or the process deals with the shock or stress depends upon the exposure, sensitivity, and the adaptive capacity of the organization that aims to deal with. At last, I would like to conclude the fundamental principle that should be kept in mind while building these communities. First, promote equity. Secondly, build the business case. Thirdly, maximize co-benefits. Fourthly, accurate the price of cost of inaction. And if all these points are kept in mind, we can surely build a better resilient community. Thank you, everyone.
So, our next participant is Mr. Govind Kumar. Mr. Govind Kumar. Mr. Govind Kumar, are you there? Judges, please note that Mr. Govind Kumar is absent. So I'll call upon now serial number 7, Marhama Kirmani.
Yes, ma'am. Present.
Okay, better start. Your time starts now.
Okay. Good evening to all the dignitaries. This is Marhama Kirmani, and I am here to present my views on how we can build disaster-resilient neighborhood. Well, if I talk about disasters, then it's a serious disruption occurring over a short or long period of time that causes widespread human, material, and economic loss. Disaster resilience, on the other hand, should be thought of as a process rather than an outcome, involving learning, adaptation, anticipation, and improvement to flourish in face of disaster. Making disaster is an important goal for civil society. We should develop and apply a method of illicit rank preferences to set priorities in improving regional infrastructure resilience. We should design houses and buildings in a way that they are more resilient With some easy steps, there's a lot of things we can do. We can learn from history, we can learn from observations, and make our houses, our communities much more resilient. And we can save lives and the losses caused. We just need to act. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Marama.
Judges, please note the time limit exceeded by 10 seconds in case of Marama Kirmani, and in case of Sania Ali, the time was exceeded by 27 seconds.
So our next participant is Mr. Rahul Tiwari. Mr. Rahul Tiwari. Mr. Rahul Tiwari. Mr. Rahul Tiwari, are you there? Judges, please note that Mr. Rahul Tiwari is not present. The next participant is Miss Roopsi Agrawal. Miss Roopsi Agrawal.
Yes, ma'am, I'm present.
Okay, beta. Start.
Yes, ma'am. A very warm good evening to each and everyone present over here. And these are my views on building a resilient neighborhood. Someone rightly said it's an action to adversity and not adversity itself that determines how our life's story will develop. A resilient community is one that can maintain its essential identity while adapting to these and other challenges. It is evident that we can't solve many problems with technical fixes. The COVID-19 outbreak is one such public health challenge without precedence in living memory, which is testing our collective capacity to respond. Investing in community clinics and local hospitals are critical for promoting population health. Population health enhances community wellness. It can be promoted by investing in activities that lead to increasing public understanding of health and ensuring sufficient community health resources for timely information and access to health services and testing treatment facilities. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Roopsi. The next participant is Afifa Noor. Afifa Noor.
Yes, ma'am. Do I have to start?
Yes, beta, you start now.
Okay. It is not enough to be compassionate. You must act. A very warm good evening to one and all present here. I, Afifa Noor, is going to express my views on the topic, my contribution in building a disaster resilient neighborhood. What is disaster resilience? According to HIGO frame for action, disaster resilience is determined by the degree to which individuals, communities are capable of organizing themselves to learn from the past and reduce their risk to future ones at international, regional, national, and local levels. In the same way, if your loved one is struggling with depression, you may feel frustrated and distraught yourself. Depression is an insidious and isolating disorder, but your support is significant. Illness of mental health is one of the disasters that hardly anyone considers. Mental health is also a priority. Suicide has become one of the major causes of a death that is disastrous in itself. Depression should be taken into consideration as health is important for development of the country. We cannot stop natural disasters, but we can arm ourselves with knowledge so that many lives wouldn't have to be lost if there was enough disaster preparedness. Coping with stress in a healthy way will make you, the people you care about, and your communities stronger. A healthy mind is the greatest treasure to find. Thank you.
Judges, please note down the time limit is exceeded by 16 seconds.
The next participant is participant number 11, Samriddhi Srivastav.
Yes, ma'am. Should I start?
Wait, beta, just a second. Yes, start now.
Good evening, one and all present here. I, Samriddhi Srivastav, am going to speak about my contribution in building a disaster resilient neighborhood. Disaster resilient neighborhood is required to play an effective role in protecting the people from natural and man-made disasters.
The first step in developing a resilience strategy is to undertake a prior resilience assessment in order to understand all the challenges and risks that a city faces. In building a disaster resilient neighborhood, I would look forward to the following factors: preparedness for effective response and recovery, food and water resilience, communicating with and educating people about risk, community capabilities on risk assessments. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Samriddhi. So the next participant is Shambhavi Singh Verma. Shambhavi Singh Verma. Shambhavi Singh Verma, are you there?
Hello.
Shambhavi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Start, beta.
Good evening, one and all. I believe disasters are first and foremost a local phenomenon. Local communities are on the front line of both the immediate impact of a disaster and the initial emergency response, which experience has shown is crucial for saving most lives. It is therefore altogether fitting that we, especially the youth of the country, focus our energies on improving local neighborhoods' resilience to natural hazards. We need to be informed and educated about the hazards and disaster risks. Small steps like planting more and more plants, informing people about the use and need of a disaster kit, learning about evacuation routes, and engaging in mock drill activities could eventually help us build a better future. In order to build a more robust, disaster resilient neighborhood, we need to focus on building a clear and effective education system where people are thoroughly trained and informed about the available options and the best course of action that is to be taken when responding to a particular disaster. For example, if people heard slogans like drop, take cover, and hold on more often, they would be much more aware about what to do in case of an earthquake. Thank you.
Judges, please note the time exceeded by 17 seconds. Next is Satpreet Kaur. Satpreet Kaur.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, beta. Wait for a second. Start now.
A very marvelous good evening to you all. As we all are well known about that disasters are the serious disruption occurring over a short or a long period of time that causes widespread human material, economic or life and property losses. So we can contribute and we must contribute in this situation because this is the only time when you can nurture your motherland and can help your loved ones. According to me, there are three main things that are important for every contribution in any of the time: body, mind, and wealth. These three things are very important. We cannot stop a natural disaster, is it true? But we can arm ourselves with that knowledge. We can be pre-prepared ourselves for not getting these disasters. Because it's a situation when the life of the family gets separated from each other. Just imagine a situation when the fish cannot live without water, then how a family can live happy without a family member. So what I just want to say that please help each and every person at the time of the disasters, and thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Satpreet. So our next, sir, please note down the time exceeded by 10 seconds. Our next participant is Tithi Singh. Tithi Singh. Tithi Singh, are you there? Judges, please note that Tithi Singh is absent. Participant number 15 is Yashasvi Shukla.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, beta. Start.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Yashasvi Shukla, and I feel disaster resilience is the coping capacity of a particular nation to rebound after a tragedy has struck it. As an individual, I feel social media, or internet to be precise, is the most important tool at our dispense, which can be used when coupled with real-time location sharing and integrating community so as to save lives. Real-time location sharing can be in the form of live streaming or location sharing or even trending hashtags. Social media can also be used to integrate volunteers and NGOs so as to distribute food and relief kits to the victims. It can also be used to contact privately employed paramedical staff and doctors so as to reach the action site and help out the victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Yashasvi. The next participant is Shazar Fatma. Shazar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, beta. Wait for a second.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, you can start now.
Good evening to one and all present here. My name is Shajar Fatma, and I'm going to speak on the topic your contribution towards building a disaster resilient neighborhood. Each and every one of us has their own definition of disaster, whether it is a disaster due to a ruined dress or the disaster caused by someone. But the disaster which I'm speaking about is the havoc created by our mother nature, like flood, drought, earthquakes, or man-made hazards like forest fires, oil fields, etc. We all know that India is one of the world's most disaster-prone countries. So we need to increase our knowledge and understanding of the disaster phenomenon and its management. In order to make our country strong and disaster resilient, the need of the hour is to train and prepare ourselves. Students should be taught through books and different activities to take basic measures so as to fight against disasters, as they are the future of our country. We cannot stop natural disasters, but we can arm ourselves with knowledge. So know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 disasters. Thank you.
Thank you, beta. That was well in time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Shivangi?
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, beta, you're audible. You
All
can
right,
start
ma'am.
now.
A very warm good evening to one and all present here. Today, I, Shivangi Kusai, am going to present my views on the given topic. Disasters have occurred since time immemorial, but what is of utmost importance is how we come out of these highly devastating occurrences together as a society, as a nation. My contribution in building a disaster-resilient neighborhood would definitely start with me. Firstly, I will educate myself to greater depths about my neighborhood, communicate with people who have had first-hand experience in the same field. I truly believe that it has been my privilege to be able to have some basic education on topics like disasters and their management, which is very important since it is a key factor in making of a strong, resilient nation as a whole. Therefore, my second and most important contribution would be to create awareness amongst people about the various disasters, precautionary, safety, and traditional methods to be adopted. Building on the same, I would want to conduct workshops so that we can actually practice what we learn, since experience leads to major learnings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shivangi. Our next participant is participant number 18, Anushka. Anushka?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, beta, you're there.
Yes, ma'am.
You can start now.
Okay. No person or place is immune to disaster or disaster-related losses. Infectious disease outbreaks, acts of terrorism, social unrest, or financial disaster, in addition to natural hazards, can all lead to large-scale consequences for the nation and its communities. One way to reduce the impact of disaster is to invest in enhancing resilience, and everyone is supposed to contribute to it in whatever way possible. We have contributed in building a disaster resilient neighborhood by providing monetary help to the community and also to those affected, along with supplying them with food and medicines as well as other equipments when needed. Creating awareness is also an important part in building disaster resilient neighborhood. We have informed people about what steps need to be taken pre and post disaster and other necessary related stuffs. As we know, what helps us persevere is our resilience and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. The participant number 19 is Anto Malvin Matthew. Anto Malvin Matthew, are you there? Anto Malvin Matthew, are you there? Respected judges, please note down that Anto Malvin Matthew is absent. So we come to the participant number 20, Anshika Trivedi. Anshika Trivedi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, beta.
A very good evening, everyone. Today, I, Anshika Trivedi, is going to express my views on the topic, my contribution in building a disaster-resilient neighborhood. So, before coming on the very topic, I just want to emphasize a point. What does resilience mean? It means to be strong enough to deal with any kind of change or stress. So, first and foremost thing is to become resilient at an individual level. Then only we can make resilient the whole community. Second thing is to understand our neighbors, make them aware about the disasters, especially of our own area, and know that how they can help each other. Third, and the very most important thing is to understand the do's and don'ts of a disaster, because sometimes strategies won't work out ideally. Last but not the least, always share your story so that everyone around you can learn from your experience and develop adaptive techniques in them, because your experience can be helpful for the someone. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, beta.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next participant is Archie Gupta. Archie Gupta. Archie Gupta, are you there? Okay, beta. Shall we start? Archie, we can't hear you. Archie, we cannot hear you. Are you speaking? We can't hear you. Archie, we cannot hear you.
Ma'am, she is unmute, but the voice is not coming.
Archie, we'll give you one more chance. Please see what glitch is and then we'll meet at the end, okay? Okay? At the end, I'll call you again, okay? By the time you set up the glitch. Next is Mr. Nilesh Kumar. Mr. Nilesh Kumar. Mr. Nilesh Kumar, are you there? Judges, I think Mr. Nilesh Kumar is absent. Please note. Next is Yamshi Sirat Ali.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're here. Chalo, beta. Shall we start?
Yes, ma'am.
You can start now.
This is not the time to talk and talk. This is the time to look for ways to sustain our lives. Good evening, everyone. I believe that an individual can bring a change. The COVID-19 is the only disaster I faced and contributed. With a group of friends, I made a video informing people regarding hygiene, sanitization, and guidelines of WHO. Being a student, I looked up this time as an opportunity to learn and educate. I learned making masks and distributed them, and taught the same to my house help so that she could earn. I also fed stray animals. Education was hampered, so I started teaching students, and I also taught them how to use Google Classroom, Meet, etc., so that they can remain technology upgraded. There's no harm in hoping for the best as long as you are prepared for the worst. So do I. I started a business and decided to give rupees two on sale of every product as charity. And these things prepared me to face what's coming, as it was not raining when Noah made the ark. Thank you.
Madam, you have to unmute yourself.
Sir, I unmuted myself.
Okay, nee,
Was
sorry,
I not
sir is asking me. Okay. Sir, please note that Yamshi Sirat Ali's time exceeded by 4 seconds. The next participant is Mehak Yadav. Mehak Yadav, are you there? Mehak Yadav, are you there? Sir, I think Mehak Yadav is absent. So I would like to give the last call to Archie again. Archie Gupta.
Ma'am, am I audible now?
You're Archie?
Yes, ma'am.
You're audible now.
मैम आई गेस वीडियो की नेटवर्क इशू हो रहा है तो मैम वीडियो ऑन करूं मैं अभी
आप
नहीं वीडियो रहने दीजिए, आपका ऑडियो सुनने हैं।
आप ऑडियो पे स्टार्ट कर दीजिए बेटा। You can start now.
Good evening, everyone. My topic is our contribution in building a disaster-resilient neighborhood. Resilience is about anticipating and reducing disaster risk to protect people, community, and nation against losses from these disasters. Building a resilient nation doesn't seem to be impossible. Instead, it is a collective responsibility of government, business, non-government organizations, and individuals. Our contribution in building such a resilient, disaster-resilient neighborhood requires us to take responsibility by preventing, preparing, and recovering from these disasters. We are required to create self-reliance by sustainable development of all those families and so that they can face the natural disasters. Children should be taught about how to survive in situations of disaster resilient as they are the youth. We need to develop disaster resilient homes so that the disasters won't affect the families and communities to be struggling for new homes to be rebuilt. One should also be involved in local community of disaster management as a volunteer to create awareness through mocks and workshops. The disaster resilience cannot be increased without effective planning and preparation. If we need to take actions now to build more disaster resilient community so that we would be able to recover from those disasters faster than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Archie. So with that, we come to an end. Sir, please note down that the time limit exceeded by Archie is 27 seconds. Okay, thank you so much, participants. Now, may I request our esteemed judges for their expert comments and guidance. First, I will request our first judge, Mr. Ashish Kumar Panda. Sir, please.
Yeah, I mean, two things I want to say here, that this also shows the passion factor of the participants. See, this was a very long day. I mean, it is more than 3 hours now. And very surprisingly, this not a single male participant it was there. I mean, all the male participants, they are absent. So I feel sorry about them. And this girls, they have done wonderfully. And speaking your thoughts in 1 minute's time, I mean, it is an art, you know. I mean, it is very difficult for us even. So wonderful topics they have chosen. The topic was common, but their thought processes, that is very, very different from each other. And put together, this can become a fine part of our report that we are going to prepare for this 3-day program. So that was very wonderful. And thank you so much for having me here as judge of this wonderful program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are graced with the wonderful presentation you gave in the morning, and also you're sitting here till so late and taking observations for the students. I'm sure the participants will be benefited much with your insightful observations. Now, I request Dr. Bhatia for her comments and guidance.
First of all, I would like to thank my dear students for your wholehearted presentation all of us, I think Mr. Ashish Panda would also stand by me that we really enjoyed your creative inputs, all your creative inputs, be it your the jam competition or maybe the collage competition or the poetry competition. And this particular session clearly shows that what we were aiming at, that you should be 100% involved in this process, has come true. I would now also like to request, like sir has said, if you could forward this piece of 1 minute, you could think about what you have said in this 1 minute, you could write it down and you can send it to us on the same email ID. So it will be good for us. We will compile it with your name there and we would pass it on to NIDM. And thank you, Ashish sir, for being with us. I know it's been a very, very long day, but you have been there with us. It is really commendable. I would also like to commend this particular team, because this particular team of teachers, that is Dr. Jamwal with her team, Dr. Shweta Agarwal and Ms. Samia, for the smooth conduct of the session. This particular WhatsApp group was very, very active. Even in the night at around 12, I could see exchange of messages. So these three teachers have done a hard work, have done really hard work behind in bringing this particular program to us. And our students, as usual, have done wonders. Just one observation, since the topic was your individual contribution, so there were some who have given individual contribution, but there were others who were only on the surface. So if you would have only spoken about your individual, how you plan to make a difference, it would have been much better. Thank you, girls. Thanks a ton. With this, we come to the end of day one, and the feedback link has been shared. So hopefully all of you must have filled the feedback by now. And if you haven't, please do fill the feedback. And tomorrow again, the session would start at 2 p.m. We would be joining in 15 minutes early. So hope to see all of you there. Thank you, girls. Thanks a ton.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such wonderful words. And I'm thankful to my both the colleagues also. They have been working very hard. Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just one request, if all the participants can open up their videos now, and we request Miss Samia to be a shutterbug for us, click a picture, it will be nice.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
If all of you can open, and if we can put it on the grid. Just, Devina, can you put it on the grid?
Yeah, ma'am, I can see the grid view.
Fine, perfect.
I can see all the participants also.
Okay, then just take a picture.
Done, ma'am.
Right. Thank you, Ashish sir.
Thank you, everyone. It was a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silky. For you also, it's been a long day. Thank you all the teachers. May God bless you.
Thank you.